Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Amherst Federal Credit Union begins now.
Good morning, everyone. This is Kay Donaldson, Director of the Alabama Bass Trail. Stop number 1 of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Lake Jordan. 6,800 acres, 225 boats ready to blast off here. Thank you to the Elmore County Economic Development Association for being our host this week. We're here in Wetumpka, Alabama, Elmore County, and it's time to blast off. 225 teams signed up for this division in under 7 minutes last August. So the anticipation is real, and we are about to get started. We're going to start this tournament like we have done for 13 years on the Alabama Bass Trail by standing up, removing our hats, and paying homage to the patriots that are serving our country here and around the world by the playing of our national anthem. Oh. Just a reminder, please idle till you pass the blast-off boat, but do not get on a plane until you pass the blast-off boat. Remember, if you're going into New Lake, it is foggy there, so make sure that you keep your head on a swivel. Idle if you need to, get close to the bank. We are ready to go. Boat number 1, the one-hit wonders, Daniel Carlisle and Jared Hubbard. Let's go, guys. Boat number 2, Shannon Ackerman and Corey Harper. Boat number 3, Norman Crow and Leslie Bottoms. Boat number 4, Ricky Dunn and Tritt Davis. Boat number 5, Daniel Graham and Gabriel Graham. Boat number 6, former champions on the Alabama Bass Trail, Matthew Hurst and Roy Hurst Jr. Boat number 7, Clay Harris and Joe Williams. Boat number 8, Andrew Hall and Mike Hall. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 9, Mike McCullers and Slade McCullers. Boat number 10, Stephen McKissick and Jeffrey McCoy. Boat number 11, Brandon Jones and Miriam Scarf. Boat number 12, Connor Miller and Caleb Miller. Boat number 13, Matthew Oates and Russell White. Boat number 14, Jackie Price and Daryl Witherspoon. Just a reminder, wave your hands, give us a shout, let us know you're coming by. Boat number 15, Terry Stevens and Gabe Aldridge. Boat number 16, Ken Sessions and Greg Sessions. Boat number 17, Sammy Reynolds and James Ward. Boat number 18, Tim Windsor and Mike Smith. Boat number 19, Quilly Trott and Lane Burns. Boat number 20, Larry Walters and Shane Patterson. Boat number 21, Alan Yarbrough and Chance Perry. Boat number 22, John Burt and Charles Davis. I like it. Boat number 23, Keith Adcox and Trent Tilley. Boat number 24, James Boyle and Troy Woodham. Boat number 25, last boat in this flight, Jim White and Eugene Davis. Beginning of flight number 2, due in at 3:15 today. Boat number 26, Matt Taylor and Larry Love. Boat number 27, Rob Wright and Amy Wright. Boat number 28, Gentry Gordy and Hunter Farish. Boat number 29, Curtis Coleman and Kent McNaughton. Boat number 30, Blake Dodson and Jeff Evans.
No, it's right. It's right. Okay.
Boat number 31, Eric Staggs and Jason Hamaker. Boat number 32, Jeff Ritchie and Matt Ritchie. Boat number 33, Mike Sims and Tommy Kendrick. Boat number 34, Michael Ingram and Scotty Ramsey. Boat number 35, finished in the top 9 last year. Boat number 35, Zach and Kristen Harrison. Boat number 36 is not here. Boat number 37, Lance Poe and Kevin Poe. Boat number 38, Scott Reed and Joshua Reed. Boat number 39, Ryan Miller and Justin Adams. Take that shit. Boat number 40, Clay Messer and J.W. Danzy. Boat number 41, Brian Jones and Barry Jones. Boat number 42, Matt McClung and Brian Assay. Boat number 43, Jeff Adams and Ricky Wagner. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 44, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Boat number 45, Greg Bearden and Cage Bragg. Boat number 46, Scott Yunke and Tucker Weidler. Boat number 47, Brandon Wright and Josh Teat. Boat number 48, Scotty Taylor and Shane Barker. Boat number 49, Timothy Watson Sr. and Timothy Watson Jr. Boat number 50, last boat in this flight, Mark Cameron and Brian Belcher. Boat number 51, third flight, coming in at 3:30. Boat number 51, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Foster Bradley and Nick Harris. Boat number 52, Charles Bailey III and Joe Pike. Two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 53, Charlie Williams and Michael Smith. Woo! Boat number 54, Stephen Turner and Ronald Miller. Thank you, guys. Boat number 55, Ryan Stewart and David Swatz. Boat number 56, Chase Gregory and Copeland Rosser. Boat number 57, Charlie Cummings and Philip Winnett. Boat number 58, Drake Fondren and Caleb Priest. Boat number 59, Jeremy Smitherman and Timothy Hicks. Boat number 60, Adam Ryder and Brad Trotter. Boat number 61, Logan Sims and Evan Salter. Boat number 62, Blake Jonza and Lance Bearden. Boat number 63, Ken Hall and Kipton Hall. Boat number 64, Hall Hobbs and Lucas Brown. Boat number 65, James Perkins and Melody Perkins. Boat number 66, Kevin Revay and Russell Hazelton. Boat number 67, David Mims and Ethan Geyer. Boat number 68, Leonard McGuire and Maurice Smith. Boat number 69, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, I believe 3-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former Anglers of the Year. Boat number 69, Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. Boat number 70, Clint Blackwood and Briar Chambers. Boat number 71, Brad Bynum and Bradley Bynum. Boat number 72, Jimmy Wood and Ken Jones. Boat number 73, Matt McKenzie and Brendan Black. Boat number 74, Ken Walters and Jason Beasley. Boat number 75, Kyle Gray and Thomas Eden. Last boat in the third flight. Boat number 76, John Drew and Chris Brummett. Boat number 77, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Michael Cox and Colt Boyette. Boat number 78, Larry Puckett team here, Brad Stevens and Damon Daniels. Good luck, guys. Boat number 79, Rusty Rigney and Hunter Rigney. Boat number 80, Dylan Singleton and Shanna Singleton. Boat number 81, Chris Hutcherson and B.G. Marvitz. Boat number 82, Grant Johnson and Drew Wilson. Boat number 83, Mitchell Hall and Jeremy Nichols. Boat number 84, John Pollard and Cameron Cox. Boat number 85, Luther Murphy and Jeremy Nobles. Boat number 86, Jeremy Ray and William Price. Boat number 87, Richard McCurdy and Sambo Fish. Good luck, guys. Boat number 88, C.J. Knight and Spencer Graves. Boat number 89, Trinity Mealer and Max Haygood. They've watched from the sidelines for a lot of years, watched those boys fish. Boat number 91, Mark Godwin and Brandy Godwin. Boat number 92, Dalton Cochran and Joshua Carroll. Boat number 93, Michael Adams and Raymond Adams. Another Georgia team here. Boat number 94, Frank Bradfield and Tyler Morgan. Been here since day one. Boat number 95, Larry Bullock and Dale Westmoreland. Boat number 96, Whitaker and Rich Gaines. Boat number 97, Jason Wyndham and Kevin Peel. Just Kevin today. Boat number 98, Willie Thornton and Lewis Thornton Jr. Welcome back, guys. Boat number 99, Joey Davidson and Tullis Lanier. Good luck, guys. Last boat in this flight, boat number 100, the OGS team rolling out, Team iPhone, Michael Freeman and Wade Cannon. Boat number 101, Jay Grogan and Ryan Ingram. Boat number 102, Kyle Stewart and Josh Mims. Boat number 103, Jason Sapp and Wally Bell. A new team to the Alabama Bass Trail, boat 104, Randy Smith and Jacqueline Smith. There they are. Come in off the waiting list, too. Followed up by the one and the only, boat 105, Amanda Williams and Buck Williams. Are they here? Doesn't look like it. Boat number 106, Tim Taylor and Philip Morris. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat 107, Trey Wade and Bradley Parnell. We may need to take the drone down. Boat number 108, Jarrett Brown and Chris Brown. Boat number 109, Stephen Barnes and Justin Caron. Boat number 110, John Frank and Mark Womack.
He said it's not foggy at 5.
Okay. Hold on. I'm sorry. Lost my place. All right. Boat number 111, Chris Cook and Lawson Cook. Boat number 112, David Hutchins and Todd Spencer. Boat number 113, Jeffrey Haskins and Mike Chambers. Boat number 114, Wesley McKellar and Adam Currington. Vote number 115, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Chris Landers and Brad Pitts. Vote number 116, Alex Pruitt and Calvin Reese. Go ahead. Vote number 117, Clint Nail and Kevin McCaleb. Vote number 118, David Sneed and Clint Carter. Shower Hour. Vote number 119, Douglas Shower and Joseph Shower. Vote number 120, David White and Hannah Rush. Vote number 121, Shane Thompson and Matt Talbot. Vote number 122, Eric Bryan and Lucas Anderson. Vote number 123, Todd Beaver and Roger Beaver. Vote number 124, Chris Hefcox and Scott Goolsby. Vote 125, Jacob Howard and Joe Handley. Vote 126, Terry Harris and Tim Johnson. Vote 127, Matt Maddox and Bill Maddox. 128, Xavier McKinney and Lonnie Benson. 129, Shane Kennan and Tina Kennan. Vote number 130, Chris Hensley and Kyle McKinney. Vote 131, Jeff Jennings and Mitchell Jennings. Vote 132, Jim Beavers and Stuart Vitello. Vote 133, Jeremy Britton and Matt Young. Vote 134, Eric Farnham and Susan Farnham. Vote 135, Isaac Goggins and Steve Sherbert. Makes me nervous. Vote 136, Corey Cole and Hayden Cole. 137, Michael Presnell and Luke Farmer. Vote 138, Ian Huntzucker and Trey Lee. 139, Parker Odom and Colton Odom. Your Anglers of the Year in 2025, vote 140, Zeke Gossett and Ethan King. Vote number 141, Brandon McGinnis and Sawyer Sims. Vote 142, Walter Lawrence and James White. 143, Brady McCamey and Carter Maples. Vote 144, James Pitts and Jonathan Marcus. Returning to the Alabama Bass Trail, vote number 145, Joey Nania and Zeke Nania. Vote 146 is not here. Moving on, 147, Chris Moore and Wes Stevenson. Vote 148, Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Vote number 149, Brady Bowden and Joseph Lacey. Vote 150, Justin Brasher and Ben Hawk. Vote 151, Michael Howard and Mark LaPlante. Vote number 52, Corey Ingram and Miller Spivey. Vote number 153, Britt Cottle and Nick Robinson. Two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail and a team to watch out for on this lake. 154, Noah Godwin and Cole Godwin. Vote number 155, Rodney Hopkins and Hunter Kelly. Vote 156, Hunter Hutchison and Justin Cotter. Vote 157, Riley McCullough and Sawyer McCullough. Vote number 158, Lee Lavelle and Chad Reed. Vote number 159, Jonathan Norris and Peyton Norris. Vote number 160, Tim Peake and Byron Smith.
Nice to see you. Good morning.
Vote number 161, Kevin Rieger and Logan Hardy. Vote number 162, Kenny Smith and R.J. Thompson. Vote number 163, Jacob Robinson and Austin Robinson. Vote number 164, Ryan Schroeder and Kyle Schroeder. He won here in 2024. Vote number 165, Eric Summers with an O and Jim McWilliams. Vote number 166, James Willoughby and James Willoughby. Vote number 167, Billy Tidwell and Ben Williamson. Vote number 168, John Wade and Andrew Wade. Vote number 169, Matthew Bennett and Gary Wade. Vote number 170, Scotty Holly and Brian Pike. 171, Grant Boatwright and Garrett Nettles. Vote number 172, Matthew Higgins and Keith Mann. A team to watch out for on this pond. Vote number 173, Dash Dawson and Leighton Brown. Going out in the Larry Puckett Chevrolet boat. Vote number 174, David Crawford and Rob Sandlin. Vote number 175, Gabe Lewis and Cal Burton. Vote 176, Tim McCormick and Drew McCormick. 177, Shane Horton and Brandon Horton. New team on the Alabama Bass Trail, vote 178, Daniel Vasquez and Jordan Pennington. See you guys. Vote number 179, Rusty Trasinger and Dean Borup. Vote number 180, Mayor Jack Tibbs and Danny Christ. Vote number 181, Luke Sims and Mason Franklin. Vote number 182, Steele Smith and Kevin Scott. 183, Justin Barnes and Ryan Barnes. Vote 184, Joey Adderhold and Tim Hatcher. Vote number 185, Hunter Davidson and Larry Davidson. They had a second place finish the last time we were here. Vote number 186, Colby Croson and Cade Croson. Vote number 187, Zach Hester and Paul Hester. Vote 188, Josh Harrison and Huck Harrison. Go get them, Huck. Vote number 189, Jacob Lee and Brandon McCullough. Vote number 190, Gage King and Logan Drake. Three-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former Anglers of the Year. Vote number 191, Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Vote 192, Shane Powell and Tim Fox. Good luck, guys. Vote number 193, Jeff Morgan and Tim Van Egman. Vote number 194, J.D. Perez and Kevin Gibson. Vote 195, Todd Sims and Michael Clay. Vote 196, Warren Barnes and Kerry Wilkins. Vote 197, Jarrett Baker and Buddy Baker. Vote 198, Matthew Crittenden and Christopher Godwin. Vote 199, Trey Doust and Justin Doust. And vote 200, Mr. Mike Hearn, and I know Sugar Walker is watching. We miss you, Sugar. Vote number 201, Brett Hart and Ricky Hart. Vote number 202, John King and Chris Gregory. Vote number 203, Colton Leyendecker and Garrett Alford. Vote number 204, Chris Patterson and David Newman. Ooh, weird to see this guy in the South Division. Vote number 205, Waylon Mullis and Greg Tomlin. Let's go. Let's go. Vote number 206, Kyle Hilliard and Jake Brown. Vote number 207, Kyle Knoll and Luke Morgan. Boat number 208, Billy Lewis and Justin Kaiser. Boat number 209, Nicholas Layfield and Eli Layfield. Boat number 210, Jeff Myers and John Melton. Boat 211, Cade Miner and Cody Miner. Making her debut out here on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 212, Thomas Shelton. Oh, going out solo. I thought Maddie was going to be here. Dang. Three-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 213, Chad Schroeder and Chase Schroeder. Six-time winners, two-time anglers of the year, boat number 214, Chris Rutland and Kobe Carden. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, boat number 215, Justin Mott and Randall Hamilton. Boat number 216, Chris Mama and Kipton Mama. Boat number 217, Skylar Sanders and Grant Williamson. Boat number 218, Frederick Walker and Al McQueen. Boat number 219, Jason Tomlin and Justin Foster, two-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 220, Dean Robinson and Joel Hughes. Boat number 221, Brannon Rufo and Marshall Rufo. Boat number 222, James Scott and Dennis Gaddy. Boat number 223, Russell Sapp and Logan Sims. Former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former champions of the Alabama Bass Trail. Boat number 224, Nicholas Turner and Joe Lay. And the boat we've all been waiting on, here it comes, here it comes. Boat number 225, Travis Stuck and Donald Stuck. Last on the list, but first in our hearts, guys. Good luck, Joe. There's your 2024 champs right there. 225 teams. We got Luke on former Anglers of the Year, three-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst. Take it away, Luke.
Welcome to the 2026 Alabama Bass Trail South Division, presented by Phoenix Boats, and we are out here on beautiful Lake Jordan, the Coosa River. We're going to see some big spotted bass and largemouth today, and we are starting on a team that has won, I don't know, arguably the most money on the Coosa here as we just wrapped up blast off, and they started not far from takeoff in the main lake, and they are doing the scoping thing. We are expecting to see a lot of this today. There's been some big events down here in the last couple weekends, and they've all primarily been won by chasing these Roman spotted bass that are chasing shad with live scope and shaking them in. Mark fished solo last weekend in an event here, had 1877 by himself, but he finished 14th in that. So that just tells you how good these Lake Jordan bass have been biting. So Mark and Tim are going to mix it up today. They're going to fish shallow at some point as well. We did something new for this event. We did a fan vote, and these guys right here, they were our top winners in the fan vote on who you guys wanted to see, and you picked a good team. Multi-time winners, former Anglers of the Year. Lake Jordan, certainly not the biggest lake that we visit in the Alabama Bass Trail series. So 225 boats, it gets a little crowded, but man, they're going to catch them today. Got a big weather system coming in. It's 70 degrees and no ice this morning at the ramp whatsoever. We're all sweating a little bit. Now, if we showed up in the morning, there might be a little ice.
Good morning.
Good morning, Darian. It's glad that you're awake and with us here again in 2026. It was questionable. When Kay told me you were coming back, I thought it was a joke, but it's good to have you back.
I'm here, Luke Duncan, and I'm alive and well this morning. We got a little run down to the new lake over here, and every time we've ever been to Jordan, there's always a team that starts right here on this bank, and they always catch a couple fish. So we haven't seen the fish catch yet, but we're on boat number 17, and they are a little current flowing through this morning too.
Yeah, I feel like last time we were here in February, you watched a couple teams in that new lake area absolutely have a blast down there.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, we've had several teams came out this morning. It started slow. I don't know if maybe some people wanted to go up the lake a little bit before they headed down here or what, but there's probably 10 boats in here now or a few more, but Kay was on boat number 80, and there was only one boat had came in here so far.
That's a surprise, for sure, because at the pre-tournament meeting last night, there was a lot of talk about the new lake, like we normally see. Well, right now, Darian, I'm chasing Mark and Tim as they chase fish on live scope.
Welcome to the party, Jason Duran.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've got boat 154, no and cold. Another fan favorite, and
Darian, did you sabotage Jason's microphone again?
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but I think sometimes in the morning he'll start out making fun of me anyhow, so I actually didn't even mind that his mic failed. Typically, I wouldn't want that to happen to the man, but sometimes he will end up making fun of me in the morning, so. We got another team right behind us, and this looks like them down who I thought would be on this bank. I'm gonna spin us around and head up a little bit. We don't need to get off live. We don't need to get off live. We're just gonna.
I think Darian cut my mic cord.
I wouldn't put it past him, Jason.
You lost my mic again?
We can still hear you somehow. We can
I
still
can
hear
get
you.
on. I can step back here.
You must not use the Duracell batteries. When you're using mics, this is a tip for everyone at home. If you're using mics, wireless, you need to make sure you're using Duracell batteries. They're not a sponsor of the ABT, but premium batteries. You can smell it through the fog. That's the Douse boys. I knew they would be here. If you're fans of the Douse boys,
I think we lost Darian and Jason. My shoulders, guys, they're already hurting from carrying the weight of the show. But luckily we are with the heavyweights right here. Some ABT heavyweights, multiple time winners, Mark McKeag and Tim Hurst, who won our fan vote. They're doing some scoping and hoping this morning here on the Coosa River. Expect them to do some of this and then mix in some shallow water fishing as well. Water temperature 56 degrees this morning for this third week in February. We've had this huge warm trend for about the last 7 to 10 days following that brutal cold and ice and snow event that impacted the southeast. So kind of a perfect storm for our ABT South anglers to get things started here. And we're on the front end of a major front. I think the high is going to be in the 40s in this area tomorrow. So these fish should, at some point today, decide to feed up big time as this weather system moves through. I believe we're going to get the other two members of the Three Stooges back here. Jason and Darian, welcome back, boys.
Well, I don't know what's happening with me and Jason, but I'm on boat number 199, the Dowse Brothers, and it's a little foggy down here, boys.
Darian, it could be the fact that you're around Trey and Justin Dowse that's causing all these issues. You know, those boys they're like a Category 5 hurricane sometimes, as we well know. They're hooking each other in the boat. Something's always going on with the Dowse boys.
Yeah, no, that's definitely, and I tried to cover them just for the entertainment. Oh, we got one on, boys. Let's see what we got. First fish of the morning, possibly. We got the nets not ready. A quick net job, though. Folded it out. Here we go. We've got a mess. Justin's fighting the fish. Trey is getting the net. Now he just reeled his bait in. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's a good one. First fish of the year. I mean, from here it looks kind of like a little fatty, huh? 2.5, 2 3/4, he says. Good start. Not going to win the tournament, but I mean, first fish of the year is not bad. That means you didn't practice for this tournament.
Congratulations, Darian.
That means you didn't practice. Okay, so he said, this is first fish of the year. I said, that means you didn't practice. He said, no, that means I fished all day yesterday. I didn't get to fish.
It's because he was crappie fishing, most likely.
Yeah.
Break the ice. Fish catch. Good job.
I don't know if I can legally do this on TV, but I'll bet you $10 if you catch another one. Just next cast. Like, it only counts for this one cast. Well, and I might get fired for that, but I don't. No, it's just a one-sided bet. I don't know if that's illegal for us to do. Luke, he did not catch one, but Luke, are we able to make bets with anglers on the water?
You know, I feel like you push the limits at every ABT live for the last couple of years, so you might as well just see what happens. We're not sponsored by like FanDuel or one of those betting sites or anything, though, so I don't know. But if they're looking, Darian, as I follow Mark and Tim around out here on the Coosa River as they're scoping, I got my live scope tuned in a little bit too, and there's little Coosa River spotted bass swimming all over the place. I'm jonesing a little bit this morning. Need the old mooch minnow. But I have not seen Mark and Tim. There's a wave from Mark McKegg. I just got a wave from Mark McKegg, Darian.
You ought to pick up that new 13 rod you got off the deck and make a couple of casts out.
Darian, we're hearing that Jason's back. Let's see if we can hear Jason. Jason, you've been messing your microphone up all morning.
Yeah, I
Darian
rewired
sabotaged
it, so,
you.
You know, I had to braid it back together. So. I think Darian put my batteries in backwards or something. Somebody's alarm's going off. Time to get up.
And now Mark and Tim are going to turn right back towards us, and we're going to be in the way.
Oh, that's perfect.
Saved by the bell. Oh, they cut it a little right. I'm trying to stay safe distance away, but when they get to scoping, as we say every ABT live when we're chasing folks live scoping, it gets a little tricky. You never know, they might just spin around and be throwing right back at the front deck of your boat pretty quick, depending on where the fish go. And Garmin LiveScope is amazing, but contrary to popular internet conspiracy theories, it doesn't just make the fish fly in the boat, because Mark and Tim are looking at a lot of them right now. They have not boated their first keeper yet. And they're two of the best fishermen that this sport has ever known. These Lake Jordan bass been getting a lot of pressure in the last few weekends, as they tend to do. I think a lot of them probably know the serial numbers on the side of a lot of jig head minnow combos at this point.
The weights have been really good though the last couple of weeks too, though.
That's a fact.
So we should see a good weight today.
I think it's a great example of how some of the best anglers just continuously try to get better. With Mark and Tim, obviously a ton of success over the years, but these are shallow water guys. Some of the best casting anglers we've ever seen as far as skipping under docks. We've seen some wild stuff over the years, the three of us covering these guys, and now they've added this scope game into their game plans. They've spent a ton of time, especially this past winter, getting more dialed in on this. And instead of just ignoring it and focusing on what they've always done, they've decided to mix it in. And I think that's just a testament to how the good ones just get even better.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you hear people say all the time, like, that's one of my bad lakes, or I don't ever do good there, just, you know, for whatever reason. And adapting like that is definitely going to make people more well-versed. You talk about those guys who are just shallow water guys. You learn, you mix scope in there, and that makes you so much better at, you know, at every single lake, more diverse.
And you're talking about specifically on the Coosa River, they've forgotten more about the Coosa than I'll ever know, and just mixing it in on these places they already know so well makes them dangerous. Guys, is this the game plan primarily for the day, or y'all gonna mix? Okay. Only way to win. All right. Okay. I don't know if you guys can hear Mark. He said he feels like this is the only way to win, so not going to mix in any shallow. Okay. Now, is this primarily all spots, or do you get some largemouth mixed in? Okay. So if they were to catch a big bag of spots in a decent amount of time, they would go shallow and try to catch another big largemouth maybe. But it feels like this is the way to win.
I'd say it's a pretty solid game plan. Also, just for the viewers at home, we've got there's a three box up right now. You got Noah and Cole Godwin on the top left, Trey Dowse, Justin Dowse on the top right, Mark McKagan, Tim Hurst down there on the bottom in the middle. And this is part of the new ABT Bass Trail Chase Cam. Two of the teams that we're covering right now are part of the votes. We had the first and second of the voters, fan voters, picked who they wanted to watch, and we're chasing them this morning. And just like a testament, I guess, for all the commenters that we have, because the ABT Live team and the coverage that we have on Facebook and on YouTube, we've been getting a ton of comments recently. The social media is stepping up, a lot of comments, and so every comment we try to read and filter through and like take advice, especially on tournament days when we've got, and on a lake like Jordan. If y'all are watching right now at home, you've got someone who is out on the lake that you'd like us to cover. We've talked about this before, but we've got iPads that have trackers. And we can see a lot of these teams where they're at. So if you comment below who you would like us to go find, we'll do our best to go chase those guys down. And then if you see the voting pop up for the ABT Chase Cam during the weeks leading up to the next event, make sure you comment below on who you'd like us to chase, because we definitely love the feedback. We want to cover everyone as much as we can, but obviously we can't get to everyone. We can't get to every single team, but we'll do our best. If you comment, see if we can go find your folks.
And with that fan cam vote, I think we do have to say we're not going to stay with those fan cam winners all day long.
We'll make this a live moment. Luke, Justin Dowse just asked an honest question. He says, am I allowed to ask if the boat in front of us just caught any fish? I think the answer to that would be no, right?
I don't think he can do that.
We can't say that?
Yeah, you can't tell him that.
Well,
tell
and
him if he wants to get disqualified so he can go crappie fishing.
Yeah. No, I think Luke Duncan, our unofficial tournament director, says you can't ask that, and you might be able to ask it, I just can't answer it.
Well, I'm not going to ask it.
No, he didn't ask it. It was a hypothetical.
Still learning all the rules.
Me too. Oh, that's not good.
The fact that Justin Dowse thought you were a good guy to ask about a potential rule infraction is terrifying. Tell Justin we had to tell you last night what lake we were going to be on today.
Yeah, is this somebody that's never watched the live before?
Hey, Luke and Justin
So,
are very
Justin, you thought
concerned
this was
that you
Mountain
trusted
Woods.
me with the rules verification.
Yeah. Tell him to call John Simpson and nobody else on that.
His number is.
Yeah.
No rules were infracted this morning.
Seeing a lot of fish in this area around Mark and Tim, but when Mark came by us there, not sure if you guys could hear it at home, but he said he thinks all the boat wakes from takeoff, because we're not very far, so 225 teams ran right by here. He thinks the boat wakes kind of got these fish knocked down a little bit. These spotted bass woke up this morning knowing it was Saturday. They know the Alabama Bass Trail's in town for sure after takeoff. And they have not been able to get one to eat just yet. And what he means by knocked down is a lot of these fish that have been getting caught scoping, they sit really high in the water column. There'll be little small pods of them feeding on bait, and then a lot of times with that sun that we've been having, they'll get up really high and suspend, just kind of warm up, so to speak. And that's when they bite, when they're really up off the bottom. And I see what he's saying from some of the fish I've seen. They are closer to the bottom, and they're, 25, 30 feet of water right now. Guys, I don't disagree with him that this is a great way to win, but I got a feeling with this, we had a super warm night last night, the night before. We're in the main river. We got 56-degree water. You got to think in some little backwater, maybe a pocket in a creek, we might see some buzzbait, swim jig action, I feel like, from some teams on some big largemouth today, too.
Luke, there's a couple of other boats right around us. I'm gonna jump off live for a second and go grab one of these guys behind us. We'll be right back.
Slide in a little closer.
Hooked up Tim Hurst, first fish of the day, taking his time with it. There we go. That's what they're looking for, really nice spotted bass. Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst, Mark on the net right there. Tim catching the first one. Said on this week's podcast with Miss Kay that Mark finished 14th in a tournament last week, had 18 pounds solo, and he probably would have won if he had the fish catcher with him, Tim Hurst. So Tim getting things started this morning. We're going to take a look back at a little power pole reel replay for you right here. Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst. Out here scoping. Now Mark McKegg's hooked up live. Oh. And welcome back live. As you just saw Mark McKegg net one, now Tim Hurst gets that one from Mark McKegg right there live, be number 2. That one, these spots rarely jump. That thing did a backflip twice right there. These spots will normally stay down. Might have been a largemouth actually, the way that thing was jumping. I would yell, but there are other boats close. I don't want to blow their spot out here, but certainly it looked like a good one. Again, we're trying to keep our distance. Unlike that fellow. It just ran right off the bow of Mark and Tim. Goodness gracious. Things starting to happen for Hurst and McKegg. Take a look back at the second fish for Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst, excuse me, not Tim Hurst, Horse, power pole reel replay. McKegg sets the hook and watch this fish get out of the water. Cameraman Jared on the money today. Tim Hurst with the scoop and the score. And that is fish number 2 for Mark and Tim. Now we're back live. Mark, was that a largemouth? Was that last one a largemouth? That thing jumped like a smallmouth. Yeah. That's rare for those rascals. That was a spotted bass, not a largemouth. Spots like to dig a lot of times when they fight. They don't like to jump as much, but that one wanted to be on camera.
Alrighty. He's over, he's gonna make a little move. We'll be right back. Yeah.
Hey, Noah, tell us a little bit about what the plan is here.
Trying to get them to bite. They're everywhere, but they're just being hard-headed. Probably going to make a move here.
What do you think changed on them?
I don't know. They were biting out there yesterday, but the bait was at the surface. The bait seems to be really deep this morning. Harder to catch them when they're not bait.
Yeah.
You are watching the Alabama Bass Trail Live South Division stop number 1. You are watching the Alabama Bass Trail South Division live on the Alabama Bass Trail Facebook page, YouTube. Keep watching. We've got more action coming right from Lake Jordan in Wetumpka, Alabama, Elmore County. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by Phoenix Boats and brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AmFirst Credit Union, by 13 Fishing, Larry Puckett Chevrolet, and by Jax. It's all about the South. Live coverage returns right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey guys, Pro Angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Otten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
This is Jack's Country, where fishing season is getting an early start. So drop anchor at Jack's for the Catfish Basket, just $6.49. 3 pieces of crispy southern fried catfish, a fresh, always made from scratch biscuit, and your choice of 1 classic Jack's Country side. The fish aren't the only ones biting today. So hurry in for a Jack's Catfish Basket before it's gone. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail live coverage on the water here at Lake Jordan. Current air temperature 68 degrees, water temp 56, 6,800 acres, 225 teams. Man, we are looking for big, big weights today. 24 pounds is what it took to win last weekend and 19 to get a 10th place check. So it's going to be a fun time. You're looking at the state boat ramp where the official takeoff and weigh-in will take place today. We're going to give you some a replay of some of the catches that we saw first thing this morning. We had a couple, we have a drone catch. We've covered you by 3 boats on the water and by air. Mr. Ben Cole out there doing some work on the Thompson Caterpillar drone this morning, getting things done. As you can see, fish being hauled in there. Also, this team, I can't make out who that team is through the fog. I was still calling boat numbers when all this was going down. So now you've got Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst going to work early this morning, not far from the boat ramp. As you can see, Tim Hurst landing that first bass. And then as you can see, he gets to play netman on that second one as Mark McKegg loads into one there. So a lot of spotted bass weighed in over the last several weeks, but I think Luke said this earlier in the broadcast. With the warm weather we've had this week, we expect that those largemouth will move up and start playing. But Jason is back out on the water. He's with 173 Dash Dawson and Leighton Brown. So we're going to get out there and see if they've got any fish in the boat. Jason?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We just pulled up on Dash and Leighton. Guys, tell us a little bit about what's going on this morning.
Man, these fish are feeling the pressure. I've been fishing out here for a while, and I can't quite say I've seen them this bad. It's all right though. We got a lot of backups on backups. So.
I think a lot of boat traffic through here this morning may have affected them a little bit.
Yeah. I think that they. Oh, here we go. Oh, literally, minnow shook overhead, gone. Yeah, I think boat traffic. There's a lot of fish out here. You know, the bait's here. Everything's set up well. But like I said, I just think they've seen probably 180 mooch minnows in the past 30 minutes. So.
I would think so. How was practice for y'all?
We did it.
Oh.
We did it. We had a bite that could theoretically only get better. We went out for a couple hours on Tuesday and just didn't even leave the console or didn't even leave the driver's seat. So.
Cool.
Practice went good. We've been on some fish. Start point.
Good deal. Well, we'll slide back and give you some room. Thank y'all for your time today.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Well, there you have it. Boat 173, Dash Dawson and Leighton Brown. Said the fish are feeling a little pressure today. I mean, we're sitting right where 200 of the 225 boats at least ran through this morning, and they said the fish are kind of pushed down a little bit. Same thing that Noah and Cole said before we got off of them, that the bait's not as high as it was in the water yesterday. So I think it's going to take a little time for these guys to settle down, the water settle back down, and we'll see. I mean, we got major cloud cover right now. Thankfully, it's not raining at this point. Hopefully the rain will hold off for these guys and just give them a chance for these fish to roam around a little bit, maybe set up after all this boat traffic. So there's about 3, 4, 5. And I can see them as far as I can see them, truthfully. There's guys all along this stretch right here. So. Oh, fish on, fish on, fish on. Oh, he got off. Kitty cat. Little catfish action going on over here, Darian. What you got over there?
Well, we just made a little run. Actually didn't run. We idled because there was some fog, but the good thing is there's some wind blowing, just a light breeze, and it almost blew all this fog out within the last, I don't know, a minute or two, but not a ton going on. I think a lot of guys were just kind of sitting around just because of how foggy it was down here. But it's really, really foggy down here. But now you can finally see across the new lake, and there's several boats around us, so maybe the fish will start biting.
If it starts raining down there, give me a heads up. That way I can get my rain gear on.
Okay. Well, we did hear from the studio that there's a heavy thunderstorm in Sylacauga, so hopefully that stays where it's at.
Yeah, keep that out of here. They're saying they're darting on the graph. Trying to give them a little bit more room. I got close to them if they talk, but they'll turn back, track on you pretty quick. Cast over your trolling motor. Those guys are going to make a move. Darren, how many teams are down there in New Lake?
As of right now, I can see 10. I bet that's all that's down here. Yeah, we got a fish catch on too. There we go, pretty good one too. Well, I was just actually going away from those guys and we're fish catch on right behind me. We're at boat number 84. We've followed them, they bounced around twice and pull up on the spot and fishing slow. And there's actually a boat right here behind us that I wanted to go get on next. So I was hauling over to those guys and missed the fish catch.
Uh-oh.
Boys, I went from scoping and hoping to punching and flipping here with Rob Lee and Steve Winslet. Getting us a good look at some of these largemouth chasers right here. You could catch a big spot up here as well. If there's any two guys in this field that'll figure them out shallow, it'll be these two guys, that's for sure.
That's right. I've caught up with boat number 121, Shane Thompson and Matt Talbot, and they're casting at it's like an underwater point. They're making a real specific cast to it and dragging, and it looks like it's probably a one cast kind of thing. So staying back off of them a little bit. Haven't asked them if we've got any fish yet, but
those guys are going to make a move. We're going to slide down just a minute. 2 seconds, so we'll be on another boat.
Getting a good look at this matted water willow that you'll see in so many places on the Coosa River right now. Dies and lays over this time of year, creates a real thick mat, and then you've got scattered water willow on the edge as well that these fish will set up in. Sometimes you can throw your swim jig through that. I see a lot of folks use a vibrating jig, chatterbait on the edge of that, but you can see Rob is swimming his jig almost like a frog, right across the top of that matted vegetation, and these big largemouth will come up through that mat and get that jig. Even, you know, you might think February, there's no way, but as we got in here, I told you the main river water temperature was 55. It's 59 where we're at right now, so we're right on the edge of 60. Those fish will absolutely crush a topwater. And as I say that, he is going to make it looks like a short move. We might be able to ease on the trolling motor. They're going to ease just a little ways. We're going to follow them. Looks like they're idling to another mat. Got a no wake zone or a blocked off area. Somebody made them a swim area right here, Jared. I'm not sure. Somebody just said, you know what? I bought me a house on the lake. Karen lives here. She made her an off limits. And Rob and Steve had to idle around Karen's off limits. And Karen's got a guard goose also that is very ticked off this morning. Don't mess with the guard goose. I'll be honest with you, it says swim area. I'm not swimming next to that goose, ever. It's not happening. Come back with no fingers. I gotta ask y'all boys, y'all didn't want to go in the swim area? This morning before we took off, it felt like a swimming day. Rob and Steve are two of the most consistent anglers in the ABT South, always in the points race. When we get to that final event, every year they're in the mix for Angler of the Year. Very consistent. And really will not afraid to fish offshore, not afraid to scope, but man, they love to do this right here. All right, hey, I'm here for it, buddy.
What's the game plan today?
Bring us all the old school flipping you can. Really? How many y'all got in the boat so far? None. Oh no.
That's all we got.
How was practice?
Small bait.
Yeah. Slow and steady.
Keep it on them. They come all the way to the boat with it. Just like half of these right here this morning. That's just noses, just like that one just did. That noses the whole way up. Turn around, go back to the boat, go back to the bottom.
Huh.
Maybe it'll make it turn around for us, though.
Jason, I'm not sure if you could hear Rob and Steve there, but they said they do not have a fish in the boat, and they have lost enough and missed opportunities, so they've seen fish blow up on their swim jig to have 17, 18 pounds already this morning up shallow. So the fish just aren't getting the bait good. So just like we're hearing from some of the scopers, right? Like the fish are just a little off
that's
today
what the scopers
with all
here
this
were
boat
just
traffic.
saying. Like the fish are just way down. And you know, earlier in the week they were able to get them on a small bait. Now they throw a small bait towards them, and they just nose it all the way to the boat and just go right back down deep. So it seems to, I don't know if it's pressure, cloud covered, warm. I don't know. Can't figure it out either.
They're going to bite at some point. We're going to make a quick move to another team. Rob and Steve have left us. We got a lot of boats in this area.
We're just sliding to one team right up the road right here.
I'm just going to second what those guys were saying as far as just fishing being slow. We've seen a few fish catches this morning, but I mean, you're seeing these guys slow way down. There's not a lot of scoping going on. I haven't been looking at live scope this morning to see, you know, to look for anything, but everything you're seeing down here is guys fishing the bottom. Football jigs, casting jigs, a bunch of Carolina rigs being done this morning, a shaky head, drop shot, all the stuff on the bottom, just slow dragging. And other than the very first spot where we started at, everything's just been bottom fishing stuff real slow. So I guess that has something to do with the consistency of what everyone else is saying. Just fish aren't biting, the bait's good, and it's just a real slow, you know, weird morning.
So we got Greg Bearden and Cage Bragg fishing as an alternate today. They said they got 5 fish, 12 pounds. Scoping around a little bit out here. A couple of the other teams kind of abandoned this area. These guys are sticking with it. And they have all the reason to stick with it because they got 5 fish in the box. Another fish on. It's gonna be a little one.
gonna bounce over with another one of these teams over here at the bank.
Those clouds are building upriver, so storms are brewing. And these guys have basically just kind of slid back onto the other spots where these other guys were that all left, so they're just going to slide in here with their 12 pounds and hopefully try to upgrade a little bit. Fish on.
We're trolling over to this guy, and he's fighting something that, I don't know what it is, but he's fighting the heck out of it. Well, I don't know his boat number or anything yet, but we've covered these guys, we've covered those guys, so we were going around them. And he's got something that is large, because he's been fighting it for a minute, or he's using 1 pound line, either one. And you aren't going to get a very good view of it. It looks like it could be a bass. There we go. Oh, he's got more than one. What was your boat number? I don't think he can hear me. Or he does not. Oh, we got a coal beam out too. Is this the first coal of the day on live? Jason's guys have got limits, so that's a good coal. The fish he caught looked like it might have been 3 pounds, huh? That might have been a 1 pounder he just threw back, so that's a. What was your boat number? 187. 187? 187. Luke, we have heard the rumor that you've got some good fish catching going on.
We do, man. We just stopped on boat 182, Steele Smith and Kevin Scott. As soon as we pulled up, they were fighting one, netted it, caught a good one, immediately cold. Before Jared could even get the camera up and we got to them again, they were hooked up, hooked up immediately with another really nice one. Another big coal after that. So they're doing the scope thing, but man, they look like they are working on a good bag so far. A couple boys from Alexander City, so definitely no stranger to the scope game, living on Lake Martin. I've noticed with their tracker, they've been in this area for a good bit this morning. And if I can get Jared to just pan just above them to the sky, you can see something else that's getting in the area. Some of this weather we've been talking about. Starting to hear some thunder rolling in the background a little bit. And if you see us drop a camera real fast, it's going to be to throw on some rain gear. really fast because it's looks like we might be fixing to be interrupted by Mother Nature.
A lot. There we go. Hooked up.
Darian, I'll be on. Oh, I hear some drag. You're close to
there's a
whoever
little
you're
drag
on
on this one, Luke. Not a big one, but might be another coal. So you just having to weed through a lot of them right here? Have you caught a bunch this morning?
No, this is the 8th one.
Hey.
Probably 12 bites or bites of 100.
Yeah.
When that sun first started peaking, when I caught most of them, and then when it went away, it just started, they barely picked it up, and then dropped it.
He was saying he's caught 8 fish. He said probably had 12 bites, but when the sun came up, the sun came out for literally like, maybe 10 minutes or less. And he said in that little small window, they bit pretty good, but the sun went away quick. You just heard Luke say the storm's moving in, so who knows what that's going to do to the fish, but it's crazy how that weather, just like a little small window like that of sunlight or whatever it is, sometimes that weather change, just like real small things make a difference. And he said now they're just barely picking it up and you can't really feel them. But again, he's fishing real slow, dragging it on the bottom. All these guys that we're seeing, we're not seeing a ton of, they're probably using live scope to look at what they're throwing at, but they're not doing the minnow thing, shaking it and, fishing for suspended fish. They're fishing for fish on the bottom. Pretty much everybody we've seen is.
Really, you would think with the clouds, the suspended deal might really play just because it doesn't have those fish sucked down to cover. But I'm just honestly, and I know we got a Lake Jordan and a bass fishing expert, Trip Weldon, the legend Trip Weldon, watching this morning. And I'd like to get his take on it for sure. But I just kind of think some of these spots slide up here on the bank with weather like this and get to thinking about spawning, man. When I got in one of those pockets earlier and it's almost 60 degrees, you gotta think there's a push shallow happening on some part of this lake. And not all of them are gonna be out here in the middle.
Mike was muted. This morning the current was relatively strong right at the mouth, like right by the entrance of this new lake, and then it's totally nothing now. And it literally just picked up, and the second that the current picked up, he turned around and said the current just turned on. They're probably gonna start biting here in just a second. But no, definitely, not to follow up what you're saying, shouts out to Trip Weldon, definitely a legend around these parts and all the entire sport. So appreciate having Trip watching live. And yeah, I don't know how we would get a hold of him. He's probably texting Kay, but it would be cool to get his kind of take on this for sure. Because like you said, it seems like a day where the spots would be chewing.
Well, even the largemouth, talking to Rob Lee and Steve Winslet, they're talking about losing 17 to 18 pounds of largemouth in the first hour this morning, what they're estimating, and those fish aren't getting the bait good. Really kind of surprising with this weather coming, man. When I think super low pressure, big front coming through, going to be a huge swing tomorrow as far as weather. Fish bite. usually. There'll be a window, and they're biting for somebody, for sure. Like these boys I'm on right now, we pulled up, they were rocking and rolling. Steele Smith and Kevin Scott. And I thought Jason covered the best name in the tournament earlier with Dash Dawson. But I think Steele Smith smells like steel with a chainsaw steel. That's in the running for my favorite ABT name this year, 2026, Steele Smith. When we go to Lake Martin in April, I imagine this team right here will definitely be one to pay attention to. These boys might have to pay attention to them today from what we've seen right when we pulled up. As you can hear in the background, a lot of running and gunning going on. As we're just a little over the 8 o'clock hour. Not even 2 hours into our event so far. Folks are zigzagging all over the place. 225 teams out here on Lake Jordan today. Certainly not the biggest playing field on the Alabama Bass Trail schedule, but absolutely chock full of bass from one end of it to the other. And full of my personal favorite bass, big Coosa River spotted bass.
Ooh, boy, she's mad. That was lightning. Hold on with that camera tight.
I ain't holding on.
Jason, hold on to Russell. Don't let him blow out of the boat now.
Well, I laid down in the bottom of the boat. He's going to hold that camera up real high. I'm not going to hold a rod up right now. We'll say that. It'd probably be buzzing. No, we're good right now. We're good right now. Boy, just saw some of those
flashes there in the clouds. Yeah, I think these boys are going to move, and I think we're going to move real quick. See what this weather's going to do. Darian, we're going to leave you with it.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I don't want to be the one left with it. I mean, Jason and Luke go take cover, and I mean, I don't know if I'm the dumb one or the one just taking one for the team, but geez. They must be in a different part of the lake because it's looking like fishy over here for us. Oh wow, Jason is I guess taking cover now. He just in the comm said half a mile up the lake it's raining so hard you can't see the bank. Can we weather check if it's headed towards us or if we're getting lucky right now?
We're getting lucky.
We're getting lucky? Is it going to get to us?
It's above us right now. I think it's going to
We're lucky, buddy. That's why I found that four-leaf clover this morning.
It's going to hit where the boat ramp is.
It's going to hit where the boat ramp is. So Katie's going to be good in the trailer. I mean, I see a boat dock over there, but the problem is there's one open boat slip with 3 boats nearby, so we're all going to be hunting for it. I think we should take priority because we have a camera. Honestly, I hope we don't have to do that because it just doesn't rain here.
On that greenhouse from over there, so we can get in that little gazebo if we have to tie the boat up.
Yeah.
I'll crack it. Quite shallow in the grass. First thing yesterday morning, but I decided to come in here with that storm.
Yeah.
Just current wise running.
They're not going to run it long? Gotcha. So after that, you're going, yeah. Yeah. Jason said, I don't know where he's at up ahead of us a little bit, but he said it's raining so hard you can't see the bank. Yeah.
The temperature change when fog is. watching on the weather now. We're in the new lake. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. It's up on the main lake. Like I said, it was raining so hard you couldn't see. But right now, we got sun behind us and then darkness ahead of us. I think some morning. Right here.
All right, guys. Well, we're gonna go ahead and take another break while we figure out what this storm's gonna do. We will be back here in a few minutes, and we may all three be sitting under boat docks just chit-chatting, but we'll be back here in a few minutes.
Alabama Bass Trail live coverage is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored in part by Garmin, Rapala, Crush City, VMC, by Mountain Dew, and by Thompson Tractor Company. We'll be right back with more live coverage after these messages.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Remember those childhood dreams when you and your trusty cat could do anything? Well, now you're living the dream and experiencing the thrill and power of cat performance, technology, and value for real. Hey, those who give their best deserve the best. So invest in your business, invest in yourself, invest in a cat. The best machines you can own. Because your first cat shouldn't be your last.
I want to talk to you about Piranha 02.
This is the exact system that we are running behind stage in all of our tanks to keep our fish healthy and alive so we can get them back in the water.
Every dead fish costs you a lot of money. So I've been really impressed. It's an oxygen enrichment system that helps out, keeps these fish alive, and lets you catch and release them.
Weight is the key in tournament fishing, so take care of it. Go to Piranha 02 and take a look.
It's the moment when everything is on the line and precision, power, and control make all the difference. A moment over 20 years in the making, anchored on loyalty, trust, and support that goes beyond all expectations. A relentless pursuit of perfection. All born from a revolutionary idea to help you rule the water. Power Pole.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
Jax believes the key to rising and shining is dining. So kick off your day with 2 pork chop biscuits for only $5.55. You'll be shining so bright you might be tempted to share them. Or not. We're Jax, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live, South Division, Lake Jordan in Wetumpka, Alabama, Elmore County. Thank you to the Elmore County Economic Development Association. You're looking at 225 boats that took off this morning at 6:20 this morning. Anglers are out there looking for largemouth and spotted bass measuring 12 inches or better. They don't want to bring those 12-inch bass to the stage. They want those bigger bites to bring to the stage. 24 pounds won here last weekend. 19 pounds got a 10th place check. So we are looking for big weights today. But as you can probably tell if you are watching weather or if you're in the state of Alabama, we have some storms that are rolling through. Our guys have taken cover right now. But what we're going to do right now is play back their bait choices this morning before they hit the water, before they did really any talking to the anglers. They decided to choose their bait selections for today, and here's what they had to say.
Stop 1 ABT South here on Lake Jordan, and I've been holding this super twitch since yesterday when I heard that everyone's going to be scoping and they're going to smash them. This is a net bait, and I mean it's going to win. I would bet
You
$10
just called
or
it.
$15 probably this is going to win the entire event. Early in the year, this lake, every single time we come here is a scoping tournament. It's going to be awesome. I'm super excited about this one.
Well, I'm going to back you up on the scoping, but I'm going a little old mooch,
A little smaller too.
You know, we are fortunate. We have no ice here whatsoever for February tournament, 70 degrees. It's got them floaters out there, as the kids call it these days, those suspended floaters. I'm saying a big old bag of spotted bass on a mooch minnow. Jason, what you got?
Just keeping it in the live scope field.
Okay.
I bet there'll be 60 boats in the middle out there today.
Yeah.
The mayor can't go without it today, so going to have it there. This is, y'all know this is Lucky 13, right?
Yeah.
This is the 13th season of the Alabama Bass Trail. It all starts right here.
You are welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio on the banks of Lake Jordan. I'm here at the State Boat Ramp where we took off this morning and where weigh-in will take place this afternoon at 3 o'clock. The first flight is due in at 3 o'clock. The last flight will be due in at 5 p.m. 225 boats took off this morning. We have seen amazing weights over the last 3 weeks down here on Lake Jordan, and they're coming from spotted bass. We've not really seen a lot of largemouth bass weighed in the last few weeks. We know they're here, and with this weather, you know, we've had mid-80s this week. When I got here on Wednesday, it was 75 degrees. On Thursday, we got up to 85 degrees. So been on a warming trend. The weather's pushing through right now. It's supposed to be out of here in about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Hopefully the system will move fast. It is on the northern area of this county, in Autauga County, so hopefully we will get that out of here soon and we can get back to your regularly scheduled broadcast. So I do want to let everyone know anglers are instructed to that they can leave their boats to take shelter. They can go under the boathouses and things like that. So we have let them know. They're aware. I'm sure all of them are monitoring that on their phones as well. So just to kind of give you an update on that. We will not postpone any of the tournament. It will take place as normal. If you're going to be coming out to the State Boat Ramp today, please bring a lawn chair so that you can sit down and enjoy the weigh-in. We will have some traffic control out here allowing the boats to come out of the water and all of that. So we invite you out. If you're not able to be here, you can tune in to the live weigh-in on alabamabastrail.org or on Facebook and on YouTube. Starts at 3 o'clock. Luke Duncan will be on the stage. Darren Craig will be doing offside interviews, and Jason will be handling all the social media. So we've got a full team out here today to bring you all the up close and personal that we can. Just wanted to make sure that everybody knows we are under a thunderstorm warning right now, so the guys are taking cover. Luke is working on a very special guest, Mr. Trip Weldon former Bassmaster Elite Series Tournament Director, lives here on Lake Jordan, and we would love to be able to have him on camera with us. So Luke is actually at his house right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get him up and on TV here in just a little bit. I do want to let everyone know you can follow along on the leaderboard today. We have lots of access that you'll be able to see. So the live leaderboard there on alabamabasstrail.org. Click live and you can click on live leaderboard. We do not have a bass track, so that is something that we do not have, but we do have live leaderboard and a live weigh-in video and live leaderboard. So all of that can be found on alabamabasstrail.org under your live tab. There is a list of all of the teams under the roster. You can check out all the teams. We have teams from 7 different states competing in the Alabama Bass Trail this year in the South Division. This division filled up in under 7 minutes back on August the 15th, 2025. A lot of anticipation last night at the meeting. Talked to a lot of new teams. They were excited to hit the water, excited to be a part of the Alabama Bass Trail in 2026. So we are glad to be here. I think this is our 9th time to visit Lake Jordan, and just thrilled to be here. Again, thank you to the Elmore County Economic Development Association. Lisa Van Wagner just does a phenomenal job here for Elmore County. So we're going to get out on the water, kind of on the water. Luke Duncan with legendary Bassmaster Elite Series Tournament Director, Mr. Trip Weldon. Man, I can just say I'm a little envious right now, Luke.
Listen, the bass fishing world is amazing for so many reasons, but this man right here has made it amazing for a very long time, and he's making our morning that much better in these crazy conditions. Mr. Trip Weldon letting us use his boat dock to hide. He sent me a text and say, hey buddy, I'm right around the corner, because you were watching ABT live. You recognize where we were, and he's got a fresh pot of coffee for Noah, Jared, and myself to warm up. But Trip, we first of all appreciate you, everything you've done in this sport, but what you're doing for us right now, man alive.
We only charge by the minute. Right?
Okay. Well, you bill Miss Kay, because she's up there in the trailer right now. We send all invoices to Miss Kay Donaldson. So you've watched a little bit of live this morning. Are you surprised by anything? I mean, bass fishing's changing. We know that. We're learning a lot about these critters in the last few years with electronics and things, but anything surprising you on the home pond this morning?
Well, let me tell you what I did. So I'm watching live. I see the national anthem. I see Kay for release boat number 1. So I walk out here on the point.
Yeah.
It's really cool because you can hear this roar coming. And I mean, it's just boat, 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 boat. But some of them stopping out here in the middle. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, that didn't happen.
We'll never see that, right?
No, and it is a whole new game now. And I'm not surprised by anything. You know, we're too far into it now.
That's a fact.
I'm glad you guys could seek shelter. As a tournament director, I always worried about these storms blowing up. I love to fish, but I don't like fishing in this.
No, sir.
When that streak starts coming through the sky, I hunt shelter.
No doubt about it. And this is truly one of the only sports we don't have weather delays. When we're out here, I've heard you guys say that for years on the Bassmaster side. These athletes, these pro fishermen, they're going to have to put up with some conditions. We saw it in the Elite Series at Gunnersville a couple weeks ago. Water temperature in the 30s, frozen over in part of the, I don't know how they did it either, but I'm with you. These kind of conditions, I'm good being under your boat dock and on your beautiful front porch right here. What kind of weights do you think we'll see win today with these conditions going on?
I think it'll still be big. I mean, you know, you've seen what's happened the last couple of weeks. I'd be surprised if anything less than 22 won.
Okay, that was my prediction on the podcast, 22 pounds.
80-90% spotted bass. But I think that with this warm weather, surely there's a big head. Like, there may be some trying to spawn. I don't know. You know, and you said you got 60-degree water?
I did in the back of this creek earlier, 60 right there at Karen's Beach. There's a beach back there I call Karen's Beach. I've never seen somebody be able to block off their own swimming area, but we did this morning.
It's actually a community.
Okay.
Holiday Shore.
Okay.
But like I told you, there may be a few Karens.
There might be a Karen run me off. I text you back and said, I'm getting out of here before Karen gets on me. Yeah, you know, we ran into Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, and they said the largemouth, they had opportunities, but they were missing the bait. They were swimming a jig. But I was here for an ABT 100 in January 2 years ago, and those spots were trying to spawn then. They were up there at least going through the motions. Now, whether or not they're spawned, what's the earliest you think they've ever spawned here since you've been on this lake?
We've been here 8 years, and I remember right here in this pocket. We started clearing land in March, early March. It was cold and there was a huge bed back there. I never saw the fish, but I saw the bed. You know, that was a largemouth.
Okay.
But I'm still certain, you know, late February, 1st of March, there's been a few spawning. But, you know, the big waves will come in April.
Okay, so normally it is on into the year then.
You know, this is, Lake Jordan is more like a river, and that water is deep. It's not like Guntersville where it's just flats and more flats.
Right.
You know, it's deep banks for the most part, so it takes a little bit to warm that water up.
But I got to ask you this, when you see a day like this, and we got all these anglers out here running around, do you miss being in charge and on the phone, being the tournament director, or are you glad to be sitting on the porch drinking coffee with me?
I'm glad to be on the porch.
That's what I want. Miss Kay, you heard it here. Trip Weldon's glad to be on the porch, not in your and John Simpson's shoes.
And I feel for y'all, and I feel for Hank and everybody, you know, in that role when they're doing. I've been watching a little bit of that, and they're catching some fish. I saw Fisher catch one about 5 pounds. So
listen, that boy, when you're hot, right?
Lightning.
We've been saying all week, the world's finding out what we already knew because we've been watching him grow up in the state of Alabama and through high school fishing through Alabama Bass Trail. But man, that boy is he is on fire right now, to say the least.
I was watching some of the teams y'all are following. That Steele Smith is really good on Lake Martin. So watch him.
Okay.
Y'all go to Martin, and he's got that scoping game down, I think. There's a lot of them, dude.
There's no doubt.
I tell you, it's so amazing to see Mark McKegg and Tim Mercer.
Listen, I had to pinch myself this morning when I talked to Mark. I said, hey, we're going to follow you on the fan boat. He said, well, I'm going to be in the middle of the river. And hang on a second. Is this Mark McKegg I'm talking to? Right?
You know as well as I do. They're out there scoping. But this warm weather like this, that's pulling them over here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're thinking, God, look at that grass bed out there.
Every mat they go by, Mark McKegg's thinking he's got to have that swim jig in his hand, right?
That's the battle you fight in your mind.
That's what I think a lot of the veteran guys struggle with the most with live scope. I don't necessarily think that they're opposed to it as much as it just fundamentally, it's so hard to go, I'm going to go out here in the middle, and you're looking at great lines of docks or grass or whatever that for years that's what you would have gone and focused on.
I mean, I've got one on my Phoenix, and I'm no good at it. I've gone out there, and after 30 minutes or so, you know, looking at him and stuff, I'm thinking, I can go over there and catch a fish. And I'm going right back to the bank.
Yep.
So it's such a battle in the mountains.
And the guys that are really proficient with it, that's all they do. They don't even think about anything, but they're going to go scope for 8 hours. May the best man win. That's how they focus on it.
Like way back when you had to learn how to flip, you know, flip mats and stuff. You leave everything at home and take one rod.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you need to do if you want to learn that game.
Miss Kay, do you have anything that you need to ask the legend? Because he's giving out free advice this morning, but he's going to charge you. He gave me free advice. He said he's going to charge you. But Miss Kay, if you have anything for the man, Trip Weldon, we need to know. Miss Kay's joining us right now.
I got to spend some time. No. I got to spend some time with Trip earlier this week, and
you know,
we talk about these. We get to talk about these decisions, and you know and go and fog and all the things, and you know, one of the things that I admire about Trip, and I say this all the time, he never turns the phone down. He always answers or calls me back.
Right.
He's just such a plethora of knowledge. I would like to just ask his opinion maybe on the weights that we've seen these past weeks. Does he feel like the lake is on an upswing? You know, we've kind of seen this the last couple of years. Does he feel like the lake is on an upswing, and can it sustain this with the amount of pressure?
So Ms. Kay wants to know, with the weights we've seen in the past few weeks in tournaments and kind of what we're predicting today and what we saw 2 years ago here in the kickoff, do you feel like the lake is on an upswing? Are we headed the right direction, or are we hitting it at the right time with these events?
Maybe a little bit of both. You know, you don't see the largemouth like you used to, but everybody's so conditioned to this spot program. But I was on a radio show with Kay Thursday, and I said, this lake has become like a destination spot for a lot of anglers. You know, if you want to catch bass anglers that want to catch big largemouth, big smallmouth, and a big spotted bass. There's no better place to do it than right here on Lake George. Even on the Coosa River, but certainly right here. You can ride around these parking lots in this time of year, primarily February and March, early March, and you'll see car tags from all over Alabama and then from out of state. I think the lake's in good shape, and credit goes to all these anglers to take care of their food.
For sure.
I hear it all the time from a lot of people, oh, there's so many boats and they release the fish down there. Nobody goes to more measures than you guys, bass, all the major tournament organizations spend a ton of resources and stuff to take care of the catch, as well they should.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that, we don't have a game, but this lake is great. It's a fun lake to fish. I don't fish near as much as I used to, but I think it's all good. I think we're going to see a lot of fish come across scales today. I'm looking forward to coming and watching it.
I think I'm going to get to help out hold up some of those big spots, because I get in on those big 5-fish spotted bass limits. I'll get my hands dirty on those every time we come to the Coosa.
And you'll have a roof over your head.
I hope so. Unless Miss Kay's changed something in the budget from last year, I should have a roof over my head.
Yes, I may be watching it on my
computer. Hey, you can help. Hey, we'll knock John Simpson all the way. No offense, John. We love you, but if Tripp wants to be tournament director and help me weigh in, come on now.
John does a great job. Let John do his job.
All right. John, you're safe for another day. Tripp's not going to do the weigh-in with me and Daniel. So, 22 pounds, that's your guess today.
22 pounds.
22 pounds.
Nothing less.
Miss Kay, you heard it right here. That was my guess, too. Tripp might have sent me some insider info before I said that on the podcast. Miss Kay, back to you. We're going to drink us some more coffee and get back out here and find some more teams.
Welcome back inside the Alabama Bass Trail Live studio. You may hear it. The rain has arrived here at the studio. Everyone is taking cover here and batting down the hatches to make sure that we are safe. So we hope that the guys out on the water are doing the same thing. So if you will hang with us, this should blow through pretty quickly. But right now we're going to go to a commercial break. We'll let the studio back in Birmingham, Alabama. We'll let them take over. We'll go back to commercial break. This is simply for safety of our team. So if y'all would stay tuned, we'll be right back in just a little bit on Alabama Bass Trail Live. Y'all stay tuned.
This segment of live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats is brought to you in part by Bait Fuel, Halo Fishing Rods, by TH Marine, Snag Proof, by Pro Guide Batteries, and by FishAlabama.org. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Remember those childhood dreams when you and your trusty cat could do anything? Well, now you're living the dream and experiencing the thrill and power of cat performance, technology, and value for real. Hey, those who give their best deserve the best. So invest in your business, invest in yourself, invest in a cat. The best machines you can own. Because your first cat shouldn't be your last.
I want to talk to you about Piranha 02.
This is the exact system that we are running behind stage in all of our tanks to keep our fish healthy and alive so we can get them back in the water.
Every dead fish costs you a lot of money. So I've been really impressed. It's an oxygen enrichment system that helps out, keeps these fish alive, and lets you catch and release them.
Weight is the key in tournament fishing, so take care of it. Go to Piranha 02 and take a look.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
This is Jack's Country, where the fish aren't the only ones biting. Try the Jack's Catfish Basket for just $6.49. Crispy fried catfish, a scratch-made biscuit, and a classic side. No catch and release here. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail Live South Division here at Lake Jordan. Stop number 1 of 5. Lake Jordan is kicking it off. 6,800 acres, 225 boats. We will crown a new winner, and they will take home $15,000 first place prize money on the Alabama Bass Trail, and maybe, just maybe, an additional $8,000 with Phoenix First Flight. Up to $2,000 from AmFirst is up for grabs, as well as $250 AmFirst power, AmFirst money, as well as a $250 Yamaha Power Pay. Guys, I apologize. We have got tons of rain coming in and weather coming in, and so I'm a little distracted, but we will get right back to it. I do want to talk a little bit about this schedule, the South Division. We kick off here at Lake Jordan, and then our next tournament will be March the 21st. We'll go up to Lay Lake, another Coosa River Lake that we will be visiting on March 21st. Then we'll go over on April the 11th to Lake Martin, a very deep, clear lake, another spotted bass lake that we typically see somewhere around 221 limits weighed in there. That's going to kind of be our gauging. That's going to be the time that you're going to see a lot of those points start shifting around in that April tournament. And then May 16th, we go to Logan Martin Lake there at Lincoln Landing. We'll be there on May the 16th. And then our final tournament, we wound it up at the Alabama River in Prattville on Cooter's Pond. So going to be a hot one there. That's typically the tournament that we see a 50 to 80 point shift in the points. With it being the last tournament of the year, will we see that? It's going to be very interesting. We'll crown an Angler of the Year, and then they'll have to wait on the North Division to see who's going to be the overall Angler of the Year. The North schedule kicking off next week at Lake Gunnersville. There's been a tournament there every weekend, over 100 boats. So Lake Gunnersville, February 28th on Alabama Bass Trail Live. And then we go to Pickwick Lake, another Tennessee River big bass factory over March 28th, Pickwick in Florence, Alabama. And then our April tournament, we go down to the Coosa River at Neely Henry Lake. We'll be at Coosa Landing right there in the city of Gadsden, Alabama. May tournament, we'll go back to the Tennessee River at Wheeler Lake, the second largest lake on the Tennessee River chain in the state of Alabama, just over 67,000 acres there at Ingalls Harbor in Decatur, Alabama. And then we take it down to Weiss Lake on June the 20th, wrap up the North Division at that time. So just to give you a little idea of what we've got in store for us, and sometime in June, we're going to go back to Neely Henry for that ABT 100. And then we wrap up our season at a big bass factory down at Lake Eufaula for the championship, 2-day championship. While we're kind of waiting this weather out, I want to talk a little bit about that. The top 75 teams in the points make it to the championship, and all 10 winners will advance as well. The top 5 couples teams, the top 5 student teams, and the top 5 college teams. At this time, I don't think we have any college teams in the field this year. Maybe we do, and I just haven't seen them yet. But we'll narrow all that down. Usually take about 180 teams to the championship. I want to talk a little bit about that. And one of the things that I think is a big attraction to the Alabama Bass Trail is our payout. We are committed to paying 100% back to the anglers. So to just give you an idea of what that looks like, we have 448 teams that pay entry fees. The 2 Angler of the Year teams get in free in each division. So we've had 448 teams that pay their entry fees. That is $716,800 a year. And with our $100,000 championship, we pay back $745,500. And that's just in payout. So we already pay back over 100% to the anglers. So just to kind of give you an idea, I think the payout is one of the biggest attractions to the Alabama Bass Trail, and then it's the competition that you're going to face. So we are very excited about this 2026 season, selling out in 4 and 7 minutes. Unbelievable. Cannot say enough about it. You know, that speaks highly of the anglers that participate with us, as well as our team that put on these great events. So I do think Jason is back out on the water. Maybe he was in an area that got the rain a little earlier than we did. So we're going to see if we can get back out there on the water with Jason. But just as a reminder, we will be unveiling the 2027 schedule and payout the first Friday in May. So if you're interested in fishing in the 2027 season, or maybe you got left on the waiting list, this year we had 77 on the waiting list in the North Division and 63 on the waiting list in the South Division. But if you're interested in fishing in 2027, we will be unveiling that schedule in May, the first Friday in May, and all new teams can register on August the 15th of 2026. So it gives you a little bit of an idea. We'll be getting all that information out to you soon. So Jason is on a boat, so we're going to go ahead and get back out on the water with him as soon as we can. I think we're ready to go out to him. So he is back out on another team. So here you go, Jason. Tell us who you're with.
He said, let's pick up the camera and see if we can film a little bit. So just in time, he picks it up on boat number 8. And these guys right here swinging a fish. I think we'll be able to replay it for you guys. So I believe it's Andrew Hall and Mike Hall. Boat number 8 just fishing in the rain. These boys didn't give up at all, and look at that reeling again. Look, I mean, that was a nice fish jumping around, gonna go for the net, swinging it in, and that right there would be a bonus fish in my mind, because these boys right here just stayed in the rain. Said, we're not gonna give it up. We're gonna stay out here. We're fishing for 15 grand a day. I mean, this is a big deal for these guys. They waited all year to get out here and get started, registered, made the cut, signed up. Got 5 opportunities to make the championship. And the rain is blistering down, but these guys are hanging in there. That was a nice fish catch. Yeah, he cast right into the dock. Oh, we got another one. And another good one. So that's
which is fish.
Well, Jason, are you under the dock shooting and watching these fish catches?
I just decided to get in the boat with them because I didn't want to get my boat.
Nice. Nice. Well, we are under a dock, staying dry, and we've got 3 boats relatively close to us. Haven't seen any fish catches in the rain yet, but this boat that we're covering right now, this black and white Phoenix, is the guy that we just left. And he was very confident about where he was at. Just caught a 3-pounder when we pulled up. It made about a 2-pound coal. And then right before we left him, before the storm got here, he made another probably half a pound coal. So he said he had caught or had 12 bites this morning, so that gets him up probably 14 or 15 bites by the time we left there. And he sounded pretty confident about it, so at least we got a good seat during all this rainstorm. He also mentioned that they were going to turn the current off today at 10 o'clock. I don't know if that still holds true with the rain coming in or what, but he was kind of adamant about wanting to get, get most of his damage done before they turn the water off for the day. So on these Coosa, all the Coosa River lakes, that's, you play that current and you try to get to your best spots while the current's there, because it definitely changes things once the current slows down or stops. So we still got about an hour left based on what he said. Again, I don't know, that's, I didn't fact check him, but that's what he said. I'm just making the assumption that Luke and his cameraman are up in Tripp's house right now, sitting on the couch. Probably got a little fire going, some hot chocolate, and chit-chatting, probably watching Sports Center. They might. Yeah, he's giving a little tour. He's got probably holding a little poodle, I would imagine, what Luke is doing, and probably watching ABT live, to be honest.
Looks like our guy is about to get out of the shop.
right, well, our only angler left near the boat dock looks like he's gonna make a run. So we're gonna go ahead and take it a break. The rain is slowing up a little bit, so we might jump back in the boat and head on out there, but we will see you guys back in just a few minutes.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored by Pro O2, fish care at its finest, by Alpha Insurance, C. Thomas Shelton, Alpha Man, brought to you by NetBait, Power Pole, Sweet Home Alabama, and by Yamaha. There's more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey guys, Pro Angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink?
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a net BLT, too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much.
Hey, man, I'm trying to, man.
If you overfeed him, he's gonna hide under a log.
This is Jack's Country, where fishing season is getting an early start. So drop anchor at Jack's for the catfish basket. Just $6.49. 3 pieces of southern fried catfish, a made-from-scratch biscuit, and your choice of side. We're Jack's. We're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Power Pole replay of the day. You've got Andrew Hall and Mike Hall. You're getting to watch a couple of their fish catches and culls from earlier in the day. As you can see, the rain coming down, but a lot of our guys felt like that the fish would continue to bite. There's the second catch right there, loaded up really close to the boat. You can see these guys are using forward facing in some manner, whether or not they're just staring at them or not, but that one's caught off the back of the boat. Really nice fish there, nice cull for those guys. That's boat number 8, I believe. The Hall brother, Andrew Hall and Mike Hall, I believe is who that was. Okay, just making sure, guys, I'm paying attention to that and trying to watch some of your comments here on the live feed. I do want to talk a little bit about Lake Jordan. A lot of people say this is too small of a body of water for the 225 boats that you bring here. But in the past, we have seen weights of 21.5 pounds took 2 years ago. Eric Summers and Robbie Pelt. Eric actually two-time winner on Lake Jordan a few years ago. He fished with Tommy Pegues, and they had 24.5 pounds here on this body of water. It's taken anywhere from about 13, 15 up to about 16 pounds to get that 40th place check. All of the talk at the meeting last night and the dock talk throughout the week was it would take 17 to 18 pounds to get a check in that 40th place. Will this weather change that? We've heard a little bit of thunder, and maybe I'm in a different area of the lake than Jason is for sure. Have not heard any loud thunder, haven't seen any lightning in this particular area. I'm sure it is popping somewhere on the lake, but the rain is not bad. Warm rain is not going to change things as much as a cold rain would. And so far we haven't had a ton of lightning and thunder here at the ramp. A lot of guys based on the tracker are within that 2 to 3 mile area of this boat ramp. So hopefully it won't change fishing that much for us, and we'll still continue to see those big bags. Again, 23 to 24 pounds has won here the last couple weekends. 19 pounds to take a 10th place check. So that's in a 71 boat field. So that will be changed a little bit with 225 boats, but it's not uncommon for us to see it take 15 pounds to 16 pounds to get a check here. As Trip Weldon says, I do think the lake is on an upswing. We're seeing way more Alabama spotted bass than largemouth in recent years. So we'll keep track of that. We'll post it on Monday or Tuesday to let you know what our bait information says. The state is no longer accepting that information, but we are keeping it just for our record so that we can go back and compare year to year on how the lake is doing and what we're seeing on spotted bass and largemouth. Again, the size limit here is 12 inches across the board. I can tell you they don't want to be bringing in those 12-inch bass. They want to make sure that they've got those 15 to 20-inch bass that are going to have that larger weight. We've seen a couple of really good culls in the last few catches that we've seen here. It does seem at this area that the rain is slacking up. Hopefully we'll be able to get back out on the water. I know Darian and Jason are talking about the differences in where they are. Jason said there's another band of rain coming through. Looking at the radar, I think about 9:30 it's supposed to be through. So we hope to be back out on the water here soon. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the teams that you've seen this morning. Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst, 3-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former ABT South Anglers of the Year. Rob Lee, Steve Winslet, again, 3-time winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, former Anglers of the Year as well. Zeke Gossett and Ethan King was one of the team's fan vote for us to chase. We'll try to get on them just a little bit later on in the day, provided the weather moves through and we can make that run. A lot of other teams here that have done really, really well here. Eric Summers, fishing with someone new this year, again, 2-time winners, has caught as much as 24.5 pounds here. So looking at some of the other teams that we've covered, Pollard and Cameron, they were catching fish when we left them. Greg Bearden and Cage Bragg were currently leading with about 12 to 13 pounds when we saw them. Again, a lot of fishing left to do. Steele Smith and Kevin, I can't read my own writing, so there's that. They're about 182. Again, you heard Trip Weldon say, and I pointed out, when we get to Lake Martin, you're going to want to keep your eye on that young man. Team boat number 78, team Larry Puckett Chevrolet, Brad Stevens and David Daniels had about 7 pounds when we caught up with them. That's not indicative of how this day is going to go. We know that those big bags are going to come in, and we're going to start weighing at 3 p.m. One of the other things the Alabama Bass Trail is committed to outside of paying back 100% to their anglers is fish care. A lot of you got a tour of the Big Daddy. That's our fish care trailer that we invested in 2 years ago, a $100,000 fish care trailer, 7,000-gallon tanks in there, and all the treatments and oxygen and everything that we pump into there. So we will be making sure and rescuing those fish and making sure that they go back into Lake Jordan ready to be caught another day. So that's another thing that we're very committed to on the Alabama Bass Trail is our fish care. So I think Frank Doganero and AJ Petty take a really good care of our fish over there, and glad to have them. So if you're coming out to the weigh-in area, again, I want to highly encourage you to bring your lawn chairs. That way that you can enjoy the weigh-in. There is no bleacher seating here for you, so please make sure that you bring those lawn chairs. We do have bathroom facilities here, so that is taken care of. Miss Lisa made sure that we had great facilities here, so come out and enjoy it. I think the rain is going to move through. We're going to have a little bit better afternoon for the weigh-in, so make sure that you come out and visit with us. We'd love to see you. Also, if you cannot make it out, of course, we'll be on live here on Facebook and on YouTube and AlabamaBassTrail.org. You can always find us there. 225 teams. That's a lot of boats. We're going to be posting some photos in just a little bit from the drone this morning to let you see what that looks like when you pull into an Alabama Bass Trail tournament. A lot of anticipation going on this morning. Over 50 new teams out here. And the anticipation started in August. And we've got them, we've had them all this time waiting to blast off for this moment. So I think Luke is on a team. I'm not sure if he's out in the rain or if he's covering them from cover, but I think he said he was on boat 177. Hopefully we'll be able to get out on him in just a little bit. I'm watching in the viewer right here, and it looks like we can see them, so we may get back out on the lake in just a little bit. One thing I'd like to encourage, if you have questions for our on-the-water analysts, Jason, Darian, and Luke, please post those in the comment section. We'll be glad to pose those questions. I did see someone ask about water flow. Right now, I think it's important to say in February 21st, the full lake level is 252, okay? Full is 252. We're at 251 and a half. So we are almost to full pool. And if you watched the Bassmaster Elite Series last weekend on Lake Martin, you saw that lake was still significantly drawn down. This lake is almost to full pool. So we're going to get out with Luke and let him talk about who he's with. And I don't think he's able to get close enough to him to ask him, but it is Shane and Brandon Horton. So Luke, I don't think you're close enough to talk to him.
I'm fixing to be close enough to talk to them, Miss Kay, because they're coming right by Mr. Trip Weldon's boat dock. They're going to catch a big one, most likely, because Trip's got all the pets hanging out. But these guys are throwing a buzz bait, the Horton Bros, and we're hoping to see a blow up. We are still hiding from this crazy weather. Every time we think it's going to get better, it certainly does not. But Miss Kay, you know, we've been swapping stories with the legend that is Trip Weldon and talking about Lake Jordan and telling old stories, and got a few boats fishing close right here and hoping this weather clears. And folks at home, it is always a traveling circus everywhere I go, but when you've got all the camera gear we've got, we've got Starlinks to try to bring you the goods. Guys, it's a $500 bonus if you catch one off of the back of my motor. That's what Miss Kay just said. How many of y'all got so far? Got 2? Is y'all's game plan primarily shallow?
Yeah, we're going to stick with it for a little while.
Okay.
Especially while all this rain's coming on.
Saying their game plan shallow. That's Shane and Brandon Horton. Father-son duo. They got the Trip Weldon stamp of approval. He says they are fish catchers. No pressure. Still several boats in this crew. There, looking at it, he's got his swim jig going right there. Scared me to death when he threw it up there. I thought one blew up on it when it splashed. Throwing a crankbait, seen him throw a buzz bait, swim jig. Of course, the winner this afternoon going to take home 15 grand. And if it happens to be the Hortons, they're going to get that $8,000 Phoenix Boats bonus. Not a bad Saturday on Lake Jordan if you can take home that first place prize, to say the least. course, the weather has been the talk of the day. This big front coming in, it was a muggy and 70 degrees when we all walked out of the hotel this morning. Did not feel like February, and now you got a little bit of cooler air with this front as it comes through. Yeah, Trip Weldon says it was perfect this morning, and I agree with him. Felt like a March morning more than a February morning. That is for sure. And the Hortons have 2 fish in the boat so far. Trying to make a shallow water program pay off. We're going to get back out, chase some teams around in just a few minutes. Now that the lightning is trying to leave us alone finally. The rain seems like it's here to stay, but come on, Jared, we'll move on Trip Weldon's porch. Folks at home, we are on the legendary Trip Weldon's porch right now. We've been dodging storms all morning. You gotta bear with us. Trip has been gracious enough to let us hide out here. Trip, I know why you picked this place. It's not only beautiful, but the bass fishing cover around it looks mighty fine. That looks like bass fishing's supposed to look to me.
We watch this from ladies who go to church here. We love it. My wife, Mary, absolutely loves it here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful place.
We spend most of our time right here.
Right there in those 2 chairs.
Yeah.
So the Hortons are coming up on another boat. You can see a little bit of scoping going on, and we've got several in this area. And Trip was telling us there's a lot of shallow fishing that goes on in here. Obviously, you can see all the beautiful cover around, but he said in recent years you see a lot of scoping in this creek, out in the creek channel. And this morning we've been in this creek a couple times, and of course since we've been hiding out from this weather, we've been sitting here for a good bit of time now. And lots of boats out in the middle of the channel for sure. You can see right now half dozen or so right here within sight of us.
You know, one thing that's crazy, Lou, the crappie fishermen got on the scoping program before the bass fishermen. You would see in February back here, it'd be 6 or 8 crappie boats
all around.
You can tell because there's 3 guys sitting up front and they're looking at that beam. But then more and more the bass anglers got on to it.
Yeah, the crappie guys were definitely the first ones to adopt it.
And now I hear if you're a crappie fisherman and you don't have it, you're sucking wind.
That's right. The days of trolling and all that are over with.
I grew up renting a boat right back here with a 4-horse Mercury, and we would go over there around Cypress Street like this, and, you know, just drop them out.
Yeah.
And those days, you don't see anybody doing that anymore. And we catch 30, 40, a couple days we caught 50, big little slab crappie. But you don't see that anymore.
Not anymore. Yeah, they definitely live scope those crappie up. Guys, this is the Alabama Bass Trail South at Lake Jordan. I know Mr. Kay's been telling you all about it, but we've been in a little bit of a weather delay with our camera crew, and we got to spend some time with Mr. Trip Weldon here. And this creek he lives in right off of the main Coosa River channel, and lots of boats in here. And so far this morning, we've seen some scoping going on. We've seen some swim jig catching. As we expected, some buzz baiting for this warm February day. It's not going to be warm in a couple hours, though, I think, as this front blows through. Looking at the radar right now, looks like we're almost there. We might
always about 5 minutes behind.
Yeah, we're not too far from hopefully being able to dry off a little bit.
So 60 here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Tripp just showed me on his phone, you know, we're in the 60s down here at Jordan and already in Huntsville, just a little ways north. It's 49 degrees, so they'll tell you on the backside of this front, we are going to be chilly tomorrow. You won't be able to wear your shorts and your flip-flops tomorrow. That is for sure. I started the day sweating, though, I will say. My wife was texting me from Tennessee and said how cold it was at home, and I said, well, I'm going to tell you right now, I wish I had shorts on until we got on the water and that air started changing just a little bit. We bundled up pretty quick. My weigh-in this afternoon, though, it could be a little cool. Be sure if you're watching at home, we're doing the Garmin Grand Giveaway this year. Going to give away 3 Garmin units from ABT 100, and the ABT North Live, and the ABT South Live. We're going to pick a winner each at the last event, and you can enter to win. You got to comment during the live. You got to share this live with all your friends and neighbors. Make sure they know about it. And we're going to pick a winner at the end of this year. Some amazing Garmin units going to be given away, and we appreciate the folks from Garmin teaming up with the ABT yet another year. And if you're one of those folks, maybe you don't have a Garmin unit yet, it's your chance to win one. Get it on the boat, and you can quit hoping, start scoping if that's what you're into. And if not, their mapping's fantastic. Side view, down view. Those Echo maps have a little bit of everything. So the Garmin giveaway, make sure you get in on it. And Tripp, I personally think that's a pretty good reward for having to put up with watching me and Darian and Jason and Miss Kay all year. You almost get paid to watch us.
That's right. That's a great program.
Watching a couple teams from afar right now as we watch it rain. We've got a little bit more of this front to come through. Anglers certainly dealing with changing conditions today, though. From a warm, calm morning to got a little bit of wind with this front, a lot of heavy rain. And
not a lot of whole running around.
Yeah, I was going to say, the running around has stopped for the most part. As Mr. Weldon said earlier, I can't think of really anything that would be worse than running across this lake in a bass boat right now. You see a lot of helmets, though, probably at this point. Tripp, can back through all the years of all the Bassmaster events that you were tournament director for, what was the worst weather day? Can you remember the worst weather days that stand out to you at an event?
There were a lot.
A lot? Yeah, in this sport there tends to be a lot.
And you might remember this one. We put in a ditto landing.
Okay.
And that first day, man, it was brutal. Them guys that ran down past Decatur, you know, some of them had disasters. Probably should not have let them go. And we weighed in, it was in the 20s, northwest wind howling, you know.
Right up the river.
Right up the river, it was brutal. We weighed in over there across from the marina up on a hill, you know, where we have room. And that was pretty brutal.
Was that the day, I feel like I remember hearing the story, Roland Martin hit a stump that day with his boat. Was that the tournament that Roland, he messed up a boat?
Roland's co-angler was Daniel Campbell from right here in Wetumpka, and he lost all his tackle.
Oh, goodness gracious.
But now, I think that's the one that Bud, what's his last name, Texas won.
Bud Pruitt.
And he won on smallmouth.
Yep, Bud Pruitt. Cranking around the towers at Decatur.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
But you know, we've had some days with thunderstorms. We had one in Kentucky Lake that was brutal. And everybody, and we had to just book through them like we were in the middle of the weigh-in. And there was one guy standing right out there with no shirt on. He was, yeah, because he thought he was going to get on ESPN. All right, yeah. We had one in Okeechobee, Okeechobee City, where a big old microburst came right there in the weigh-in and blew the roof off the stage. And I remember looking out, all those tents in the expo, they were all lined up. And they were tied together. We have them anchored with water barrels. And the wind picked all those tents up about 5 feet off the ground for just a momentary second, then boom, right back on the ground.
Holy cow.
And it blew the roof off the stage. It was rough.
I wonder who that was. That shirtless guy, do you think back then that might have been Matt Robertson as a kid at Kentucky Lake, maybe trying to get on ESPN?
He was a grown man.
It was a long time before Matt was in our world. Do you think it's harder now being a tournament director than ever before? I mean, I know you had to make some tough calls. We talked about some of those this morning, but do you think now, your son Hank's involved, the decisions that John Simpson has to make, every league, it's so hard. But do you think it's harder now with all the social media, all the things?
First of all, you have to grow thick skin.
That's a fact.
You got to let a lot of stuff roll off your back. And I was telling somebody the other day when I first started bass, when I was first named tournament director, for about 6 months, I'd go in those chat rooms to read every day. And after about 6 months, I said, I can't do this. You make any decision you make, comment or whatever, the keyboard warriors are going to blister you.
Yeah.
I said, nope, and I never went back on it. 19 more years.
That's very.
But yeah, weather-wise, now Hank is a weather geek. I mean, he loves weather, but he's got all the. In here, he's got 4 or 5 resources, and then of course we call the weather bureaus in the local area and all. You have a lot more access to accurate information. So some of those calls are easier, and there's probably days where we canceled, they could have gone. But I tell anglers, I finally, after a long time, I said, you know what? I'm not going to apologize for trying to keep you safe.
Right, and I don't want to talk to your family if something goes the way it could go in rough water or crazy weather. Yeah, nobody wants that burden. And these anglers, whether it's ABT, whether it's the Bassmaster Elite Series, they're going to push it. You let them go, they're going to go because they're competitive. There's money on the line. They're going to get out there.
I would always, if it was windy, before I called it, I'd get in a boat and we'd ride out there. So we're Champlain, and Hank's here. I said, Hank, come on, let's go out there. So we went out there, and I said, let me drive. Man, I speared one. I went right through one.
Hank said, thanks. Thanks, Trip. Now the boat's all wet.
We canceled that day.
Oh, so that was it. You canceled that day.
I felt bad.
Miss Kay, she likes to blame me for the decision sometimes about fog because she's like, hey, Luke, run out there and see if it's okay. We were at Wilson Lake last fall, and Jared and I, we went out to the mouth of Shoal Creek. We were blasting off from the marina. We go out to the lake. It's totally fine. I called Miss Kay and said, hey, idle everybody all the way out here. We'll take off from here. By the time they got out there, Trip, the fog sucked in. Miss Kay thought I was a liar, and every angler in the field was mad at me. It's tough.
You got the best tool you can have for fog is a drone.
Now, that's a fact. Yeah, Mr. Ben runs that drone around.
Real State Park was there, foggy as rip. I'd get in the truck, go up to the lodge. You can look out. You can see the whole Tennessee Valley.
Yeah. It's the fog word is a bad one in this sport. That is for sure.
Along the coast, we were at St. John's River one time, and Jerry Stahl, his son, I can't think his son's real good down there, but Jerry had this huge barbecue pit trailer. He said, "Hey, can I come down there and cook a breakfast for Langford?" We said, "Yeah." So he comes down there and it's foggy. He sells everything he's got. And then he starts cooking ribs and chicken and all that. He sells all of that. And at 12 o'clock, we called the day. It was foggy, almost 4 hours.
That was always the limit, right? If you got to lunchtime.
We lost half a day. Yeah, that was kind of rule of thumb. But Yeah, I said he made it out like a man.
I guarantee it. I've sat in a lot of fog delays, and I wish somebody had been cooking barbecue. And Smith Lake and ABT 100 earlier this year, we could have used a little barbecue. Yeah, we sat there till almost 10 a.m., you know. That's definitely, and matter of fact, Kay brought up that morning, hey, if we go a lot longer, over half the day, we're going to have to look at potentially postponing this event.
The New Orleans Classic.
Oh, man.
All them guys started running radar.
I'll never forget being in the service yard, the boat yard for that New Orleans Classic, working on some boats, and those guys from the electronics companies installing radars on those bass boats for those boys to run to Venice. That's still, to this day, one of my craziest memories in this sport. And these guys are going to run radars, got them strapped to the back deck to these, to the bass boats. For a 2.5-hour run, and running out in the Gulf and running down.
I talked to one angler, he said, man, he said, there was a coot came flying out of a bay. He said, I could see it on that radar.
Unbelievable. I remember Iaconelli had it. There were several of those guys that had it. And those New Orleans Classics were always some of my favorites just because of the level of difficulty of getting there and back. And, you know, those were amazing. But I'll never forget being in that yard. What in the world are they doing? That radar spinning around their head while they're running a bass boat.
That was kind of blindsided. So we put a rule in after that.
No radar.
No radar.
A Trip Weldon no radar rule. He had a lot of. What is your favorite rule that you ever put into place? Do you have a favorite one that made a change that you think kind of made a productive change in the sport that you added?
Well, after the Detroit fiasco with can't hook them in the mouth, and I made the bone of contention with the DNR. I said, look, the only way you can enforce that is to be sitting. A game warden sitting in the boat with the angler. But you know, a lot of game and fish laws are good faith laws.
That's right.
You know, deer hunters, you know, you're trusting them to tag the deer and all that stuff. So we put a rule in that said some laws, trying to think how we worded it. So like the hook in the mouth, in short, we weren't going to, you know, we knew the fish was hitting the bait. We weren't going to make them throw that fish back. If the DNR law said different and they want to give you a fine, well, you can get a fine.
Right. Because in Michigan they had a rule, it had to be hooked inside the mouth, but it was kind of.
And we said you may not be disqualified.
Okay, because it goes back to intent. You and I had that conversation earlier. I mean, there's breaking rules, and then there's unfortunate things happening, and then there's intent.
I learned this lesson. When you write rules, use the word may. Because there's so many things that can happen.
That's a fact.
You may not be disqualified.
I heard it right here from the legend, Trip Weldon.
And looking at you three guys, the rain may have quit.
Hey, I think we're fixing to get back out on the water. Miss Kay, I've had a better morning than you have. I got to hang with this guy. Well, we're going to get back out in the boat. We've got a lot of teams we can get back out to.
There you have it. Luke probably having the morning of his life right there on the porch with Trip Weldon, legendary Bassmaster Elite Series tournament director. I got to spend my time with him earlier this week doing a couple radio broadcasts for ESPN The Ticket here in Wetumpka. What a great ambassador, a Hall of Famer in the bass fishing industry. So it is getting clear here at the banks, here at the State Boat Ramp. Jason, Darian, and Luke will get out from under their shelter and get back on the water, and we will be bringing you live coverage from here at Lake Jordan in just a few minutes. So y'all stay tuned. It's time to, we've got about another hour and 15 minutes to go. Y'all stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This segment of live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail presented by Phoenix Boats is brought to you in part by Bait Fuel, Halo Fishing Rods, by TH Marine, Snag Proof, by Pro Guide Batteries, and by FishAlabama.org. Live coverage continues right after this.
Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Remember those childhood dreams when you and your trusty cat could do anything? Well, now you're living the dream and experiencing the thrill and power of cat performance, technology, and value for real. Hey, those who give their best deserve the best. So invest in your business, invest in yourself, invest in a cat. The best machines you can own. Because your first cat shouldn't be your last.
I want to talk to you about Piranha 02.
This is the exact system that we are running behind stage in all of our tanks to keep our fish healthy and alive so we can get them back in the water.
Every dead fish costs you a lot of money. So I've been really impressed. It's an oxygen enrichment system that helps out, keeps these fish alive, and lets you catch and release them.
Weight is the key in tournament fishing, so take care of it. Go to Piranha 02 and take a look.
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
This is Jack's Country, where the fish aren't the only ones biting. Try the Jack's Catfish Basket for just $6.49. Crispy fried catfish, a scratch-made biscuit, and a classic side. No catch and release here. We're Jack's, and we're all about the South.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail South Division, Lake Jordan. As you can see, we are looking for largemouth and spotted bass, 12 inches or bigger here on the Coosa River. There is some Thompson Caterpillar drone coverage. We saw several fish catches from the drone this morning. Unfortunately, we're not close enough to see who that team is, but I saw at least 3 fish catches from the drone this morning on this team. So we'll hopefully get back by them and find out who that is and how much they have in the boat. The guys are getting back out on the water. Jason is close to a team. Darian and Luke are making runs to get to some new teams so that we can cover as many teams as we can and hopefully cover your favorite angler out on the water today. So I'm Kay Donaldson, the director of the Alabama Bass Trail, and I'm here in the live studio. Yes, I'm dry and warm, and you'll hear the guys make fun of that all year long about how I'm in the studio cool when it's hot and warm when it's cold outside. So, and I just happen to be a little dry at the moment. But I do appreciate Jason, Luke, and Darian being out on the water, bringing you live coverage. Really appreciate Mr. Tripp Weldon and his hospitality and welcoming Luke in and spending as much time with him today as he did. A lot going on in the fishing industry. You got an Open going on out in Texas. You've got the Alabama Bass Trail going on. I think there's been a BPT. There's been a Toyota Series. If you're a bass fishing fan, there has been no shortage of bass fishing to watch over the last 3 weeks. Bassmaster made 2 stops in Alabama at Lake Guntersville and Lake Martin. And they're on a hiatus right now getting ready for the Bassmaster Classic. So a lot of bass fishing going on around the United States, but especially here in the state of Alabama. So we're excited. Our next stop is Lake Guntersville, kicking off our North Division. I see some of those anglers are tuned into the live today, just waiting on their chance to kick their season off. Seems like we've been off air for a good long time. We did have an ABT 100 up on Smith Lake earlier this year, kind of a little practice run for us to get started for these 225 boat tournaments. So we're excited to be here again. If you have questions about anything going on that you can ask the analysts, please place that in the comments. They are monitoring that. Angela and myself are monitoring that, and we'll pose those questions to them out on the water. One of the questions that we saw was, are they pulling water? And so I took a look at the Alabama Power Shoreline app. If you're not familiar with that, I will try to post that for you in just a little bit and tell you what they're talking about. But right now there's only one generator on. I know one of the anglers felt like that was going to stop at 10 o'clock. I can't see anything on the website that tells me that. But with the rain coming in and us already being close to full pool, I think you may see a little bit more current than what we would have expected before. But I do see Darian's camera is coming online, so hopefully he's next to a team. He is in the New Lake area of Lake Jordan. So again, this body of water, 6,800 acres. It is 118 miles, I believe, of shoreline, and it's only 18.5 miles from dam to dam. So a pretty small body of water when you consider the other lakes that we go to. Next week we'll be on Guntersville. That's 69,000 acres. So 69,000 acres, we're on 6,800 acres this week. So totally different body of water. You got the Coosa River chain of lakes and the Tennessee River chain of lakes. So we're going to look forward to Guntersville, but right now we're happy to be here at Lake Jordan, and hopefully Darian will be up and ready for us here in just a little bit. $15,000 going to the first place winner today. Hopefully they have another $8,000 Phoenix First Flight prize. That'll break of $23,000 on a one-day tournament, a $320 entry fee. So each team is required to pay the full $1,600 for all 5 tournaments. That breaks down to $320 per tournament. So $1,000 Big Fish will be paid out, as well as tons of other contingency money. Larry Puckett Chevrolet has a $500 prize if you are the highest finisher in one of their trucks. So make sure that you tune in to Larry Puckett Chevrolet if you are looking to buy your next tow vehicle, or if you're going to buy your Valentine, a new vehicle. Make sure that you consider Larry Puckett Chevrolet here in Prattville, Alabama. All right, Mr. Darian, we are ready to see some more fish catches. I hope you, Luke, and Jason are ready to cover those. So we'll be back out there in just a little bit. We're going to go ahead, while we're waiting, to go ahead and ask you, what do you think it's going to take to win today's tournament? 21.35 is what won 2 years ago. We have had weights as high as 24.5 pounds. What do you think it will be? 23.5, I think, won last weekend, almost 24 pounds of all spotted bass. Insane to me that we could see a 5-fish limit of 24 pounds on spotted bass. It could happen. It is that time of the year. So let us know in the comments, what do you think it's going to take to win? And even more importantly, what I like to see is, what do you think it's going to take to get that 40th place check here on the Alabama Bass Trail South Division? So make sure that you put those guesses in the comments, and maybe, just maybe, Miss Angela will have a prize pack for you. We'll see. We'll see. We'll get her to chime in here in just a little bit. But Darian, Luke, and Jason, still no camera connection on those guys, so hopefully we'll see those in just a little bit. We've got a crew hard-working. Our staff is just now coming back, getting ready to set the trailer up, the weigh-in trailer, get all of that set up, and our live team is still out on the water enduring these conditions. So we just made a comment that I bet our team is back taking a good nap. So they got to nap during this time while the live crew's out here doing our job. So Darian is on a team. He's a little far away from them. Luke is going to be on boat 148. If y'all give me just a minute, I'll tell you who that is, so we'll know. That's going to be Brian Adamson and Ryan Lloyd. They are former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail. They won a tournament over at the Alabama River. One of the most consistent teams in the Alabama Bass Trail South. They have been to the Bassmaster Team Championship several times with the Alabama Bass Trail. So they are from Georgia, and they are a very consistent team. Darian is on a team. We don't know which team he's on, but they just had a fish catch. So we're going to go ahead and get back out on the water with Darian, I think Jason and Luke.
Well, I'm eating a meat stick and just got out of lunch. To be honest with you, it was raining so hard I couldn't even get to my snacks. These guys just caught one right as we pulled up.
All right, I have got to go to the girls.
Well, Darian, I hate to rub it in, but it was a pretty good porch visit with Mr. Trip Weldon during all that storm. Now I'm pulling up on Adamson and Lloyd, and they're doing their shallow water thing, as they tend to do.
Did he feed you at all, or did you just get to sit on his porch?
He said that lunch would be ready at 11. He did tell us that as we were leaving. Said if we wanted to come back by, he would gladly have lunch ready for us. But we appreciate him and his lovely wife letting us take over the porch at the Weldon residence, swap some stories, and save us from some pretty nasty weather there.
Well, we're all back together, boys. Feels nice.
Just like old times.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly J. and Lanier Burton. Boat 44. 5 fish for about 10 pounds. They're about to make a move. We got a team just down the way.
Boys, I apologize. Last time I pulled up on you, I brought you bad luck. I'm trying to stay back and not do that again. What y'all got so far? 4 babies.
Thank you.
Sounds like some missed opportunities for Adamson and Lloyd. 4 small keepers. Like Miss Kay said, one of the most consistent teams out here, year after year. Darian, we're still seeing a mix in the creek I'm in. And, you know, you got guys offshore doing the scope thing, you got guys fishing points, dragging, and then you got teams like Adamson and Lloyd. They're working some cypress trees right now, seawalls, a little bit of shore grass. Kind of pick your poison type day.
Try to get over to it.
Got a little sunshine where we're at on the lake now, starting to peek through after all that crazy weather.
Guys, is the rain going to help it or hurt it? Too bad. What's too bad? Did it make it rod buzz, in other words?
Yeah, we didn't have to take shelter.
How was practice?
It's been like 2 or 3 times down the road last 2 weeks. Nothing great.
Yeah.
So we can catch up and stay in the points.
I hear you. I currently got 4 fish for about 9 pounds, so still got another one to go. Maybe that'll be one of those 5 pounders everybody's looking for. Get them in that check range maybe of about 14 pounds.
Like Adamson and Lloyd are going to take the Phoenix on down the road. All right, boys. Thanks for letting us spend some time with y'all. Good luck. Good to see y'all. I'm not going to chase you this time. I chased you at Smith. It didn't end well. These guys up. What's your boat number, guys? Boat number. 107. What kind of weight you got? Got one. Think the rain's gonna help? No?
Your mic's muted.
We're gonna make a little run. There's a boat right here beside us, and we'll be right back.
These guys are gonna make a move. Thank y'all for your time. Ooh, we haven't got anybody close. So we've seen some teams this morning after the rain jumping around a little bit, taking their time to see what's really been happening, and hoping that this rain helps them out a little bit. So they're kind of wondering if it's going to help them out much. But hopefully these guys are going to bounce around a little bit and get some drummed up. We've seen a couple guys with limits. A couple guys got some fish to go. Miss Kay, give us a little chance to run somewhere else, and we'll be right back.
Hey everyone, I'm back in the live studio. I took just a little walk outside just a minute ago, and I would say we've seen a 15-degree drop in temperature since we took off this morning. When I left the hotel, it was 70 degrees, and that's unheard of in Alabama in February after the weather that we have experienced over the last several weeks. 70 degrees, I would say right now we're probably down around that 55-degree mark. It was hard for me to see somebody in shorts out there because I'm in here with a heater and I'm cold. So we are going to get back out on the water. Jason, Luke, and Darian are moving, trying to get you as many teams as possible. I do want to just kind of recap some of the teams that we've had. Boat number 44, former winners on the Alabama Bass Trail, Lanier Burton and Kelly J. Report to Jason they have 5 fish for a little over 10 pounds. Boat number 46, you got to see them for just a little bit, 4 fish for 9 pounds. That is Scott Yunke and Tyler, that's not right, Tucker, I think, Weedler. I just wrote the last names down. We did have Mark McKeag, Tim Hurst. We saw them boat 2 while we were on them a little bit earlier. Boat number 45, Greg Bearden and Cage Bragg. They had a little over 12 pounds when we saw them. And then Steele Smith and Kevin's, and I said I was going to look up that last name when I was on break just a minute ago. It's been a lot going on. Boat number 177, Shane and Brandon Horton had 2 fish in the boat when we saw them right around Mr. Trip Weldon's house. So there have been fish catches. We just have not been able to be out on the water as much as we would like to, but we're going to do our best to bring you a few more teams during this final hour on Alabama Bass Trail Live. So if you would just hang with us just a minute. Make sure that you're posting your comments in the comment section so we can get those out to the guys. Looks like everybody's thinking it's going to be around that 13, 14 pound mark to get a check. After talking to the anglers, they really felt it was going to be around that 17, 18 pound mark to get a check, and around that 22 to 23 pound mark to win this event. Will the rain change things up? There is a cool front coming in, which typically means that the bass are going to feed up for that colder weather. Going to have about 2 to 3 day snap of a little bit cooler weather, especially in North Alabama. As you heard Trip Weldon say, it was 49 degrees in Huntsville, and it was in the 60s here when they were talking. So it is dropping, but we're still expected to have 55, 60 degrees this afternoon here at Lake Jordan. So I think we're going to, the worst part of the weather is over, I think, for this part. So hopefully things are going to get better and the fishing's going to heat up as well. So hopefully Jason, Darian, and Luke will be on team soon. So just kind of looking through some of the comments, it looks like we have a lot of people tuned in. Don't forget the Garmin Watch and Win. All the rules are posted on the Facebook page, so make sure that you are entering in each one of our tournaments this year. Please go in and comment, like, and share, and then comment, share when you've shared the live. That way we will know that you have shared it, and that gives us just confirmation that we can go back to and look at 6 months of watching and opportunity to win. That is a Garmin Echo Map 106 SV, I believe, is the model on that. But we will give away one in the north, one in the south, and one in the ABT 100. So just a reminder on that. There will be other contests going on throughout the year during our lives. So you'll be able to watch and win all through the year. So make sure that you're tuned in. You can do that on YouTube and on Facebook. So make sure that you're watching for a chance to win. We do appreciate Garmin for partnering with us on this particular contest. So trying to see if there's any more comments that we need to answer. Don't look like it. Looks like we're pretty much caught up on Facebook. Let me tune over here to Facebook. Yeah, the guy in the shorts, man, that it's not shorts weather for me, for that sure. So we're going to go ahead and get back out on the water. We got Darian and Jason, I think, that are available. So studio, if you will, take it back out on the water.
And just like always, these guys are pulling their trolling motor up, but we're good. We got 2 more right here coming in, so we'll cover this guy.
What's that boat number, guys? What number? 78. Update what we had this morning, what we got now. Been pretty slow. Y'all fight it out in the rain?
We took about a 10-minute break.
Yeah. Time to grab a little lunch and sit down for a second, right? Looks like that sunshine's going to come out now, but it's a lot cooler than it was. No, we've been running right up down this stretch right here, so it's been good. Oh, we got out of the rain. It rained pretty hard for a little bit.
Yeah, it did.
How much time y'all spend in practice?
Was that a good one? No, the last one you caught that you netted. Hooked up now. Just caught another one.
Yeah.
See if that'll be the 4th keeper for the Hortons. It's gonna make the team, get a ride in the Phoenix. We did get a quick update. We got a quick update from Mark McKegg and Tim Hurst right before we pulled up on the Hortons, and Mark and Tim were zigzagging in here in this creek up shallow. And if you folks at home have been watching since the beginning of the day, we started with Mark and Tim and they were live scoping, and Mark said he believes that's how the tournament's going to be won. That's what he needs to do to win, and the only way they would go to the bank is if they caught a good limit of spots, and they were going to go search for maybe a big largemouth later. Well, when I caught up with them, they were running and gunning, and they just pulled the treble motor up and they were fixing to leave, and I said, well, this is either a good thing or a bad thing, and they said it's a bad thing. So they did catch a limit of scope fish, but they said they're pretty small, not what they were expecting at all, and now they're trying to mix it up and see if maybe that weather change, they came shallow for some largemouth, they're going to go back scoping sooner than later to see if maybe the weather will impact those fish. But the story of the day has obviously been weather, but really that just a shakeup, like the fish, you know, not committing to baits well for a lot of teams we've talked to. You know, the scope guys have said they're not set up like they have been. The shallow water guys, you know, Adamson and Lloyd told us, we had our opportunities to have a big bag, we lost them, they're not biting good. We heard that from Rob Lee, Steve Winslet also this morning. Could have had 17, 18 pounds, we lost them. The Hortons, we've lost them, they're biting funny. Just crazy when you talk to so many different teams and they all kind of got the same story regardless of the pattern they're chasing. Jason, we're getting to see some red crankbaits out here today with the Hortons. Not a surprise for a February bass tournament.
For sure.
This is the first team I've seen today using that, though.
All right, Luke, prediction. Temperature dropped a lot up here. I don't know if it did over there. And
Absolutely
we've got
has.
some stain to the water. Some stain to the water now. Like, If you get up around the bank, I mean, obviously we got some high banks here and we got a lot of mud coming off the top of those banks. I mean, is this a chance to run to the bank and go get a largemouth if you're fishing? Because now we got a little different action at the bank.
Yeah, I think that still, you know, I've said it a few times today, I feel like there's going to be a bag or two that get caught shallow. This lake just, it's known for it, right? I mean, it's obviously it's known for big spots, but man, you can catch a great bag of largemouth up shallow. So I still feel like with all this weather, yeah, we'll see that happen. But, you know, what's wild to me is what I said just a few minutes ago is that, you know, when you talk to some of the scope guys, they're saying that the weather's, something's got it off, right? And then the shallow guys are saying something's got it off. So these fish are going to feed at some point, and I think it's obviously going to come down to who's in the right place, you know, when that window fires, because with this front coming through, and honestly, like you said, feels like we're kind of getting on the backside of it, right? Like the temperature's dropping as we go. You know, will these guys, the weigh-in starts at 3, will we see some post-frontal conditions on the water today?
Well, that's the thing. Like,
as this thing pushes through here.
I mean, it's right. It just happened, you know. So you know, it happened during the day, not the night before. So can those fish that are up shallow still have that warm from the night? And I don't know. This just because I feel like the scope fish just because that's all we've watched is scope fish. So maybe I haven't seen the bank, but you know, just a lot of the guys at scoping, they're catching little ones. And you know, Mark McKegg and them just, I feel like maybe are giving up on the scope deal, and they're going to do that. And I'd be interested to hear what they did. But you know, just from the color of the water I see running off the bank right now, I'm like, man, and there's a lay down right here, and these guys are about to roll up in some lay downs, and I'm just like, that just seems to me, if I'm out there scoping, I'm like, okay, let's go try something different, and that different would be, let's get to the bank.
Yeah.
Because it's going to take
calling to you like a siren. Yeah, potentially, you know, but it definitely, well, when you talk about a team like Mark and Tim who have so much experience here over the years and up and down the Coosa River, they've incorporated the scope play into their game for sure, but you know how many bass they've caught shallow on the Coosa River in their careers? So they can't get that out of their mind on a day like today.
Yeah.
So when that scope thing starts to kind of go squirrely, they're obviously, their next move is going to be to go to the bank. So I think with the warm night we had the last couple nights, with the warm trend we've had, I think a lot of those suspended scope fish are probably moving a lot more than they were, say, 2 weeks ago when the scope pattern was primary down here. Right. They're starting to think about, okay, well, you heard Trip Weldon say he's seen them in early March on the bed here. You know, those spots will maybe start spawning then. Like, there's a lot of them with this warming trend probably started making a big move towards where they're going to set up camp for a little bit this spring. So I think somebody's going to intercept that today.
And that's what Noah and Cole were saying in the previous story this week that I interviewed them earlier this week. And they were catching 40 fish a day. But they said, we're not catching them where we normally are this time of year, and they're kind of hard to figure out. They're moving. You know, when they're saying that to me, I'm like, okay, I know what you're saying. We started on them this morning, and they were kind of close to the bank, but still on the main run here, where all the other teams are way out further than them. But they weren't catching them. I mean, they may have landed on some by now, but that they're moving. They're not where we normally are this time of year. We had a warm week, unseasonably warm, call it that. So these fish want to go. It's early, as Tripp was saying. It's still early. But, I mean, you throw 75 degrees out here, these fish are like, well, hello, let's go. I mean, I'm throwing shorts on and we're going to go party too, but, you know. So we're getting back to wintertime weather here. But, yes.
Well, after the brutal cold we had, you get those big warm-ups definitely will move fish around. And, you know, I would have been, for the shallow guys, I would have been more worried after this system came through if there had been more lightning and more thunder, you know, it all over the lake, because that'll screw those shallow fish up. They do not like that lightning and thunder typically, and so it wasn't bad all over the lake. It was kind of only in certain areas, the worst of that weather.
And
So
the team-
I still think we'll see
the
some
team that we
teams catch
saw
them
catch
shallow for
them-
sure.
We saw them catch them while we were taking shelter, shallow up around the dock. Caught 2 fish, I mean 2 good ones, you know, so during the rain, I think that started them up a little bit shallow too. So I don't know, I just thinking out loud as I was kind of cruising along.
Yeah,
you know,
man.
these guys have pushed back in here to the back of this pocket too, and they couldn't hear what I was saying, but they're kind of doing what I was thinking. Like let's get in the back of these pockets for a second here and let's just see.
Well, that's what we're seeing from the
I think
Hortons right
that
now.
guy's
They're coming out of a little cut in a bigger
Yeah,
pocket.
this is a
They ran
drain,
all the
I
way to the
call
back,
it.
and they picked
Yeah.
up, picked up a swim jig. You got they're cranking, they're swim jigging. We've seen them throw a buzz bait this morning also, and so. Guys, how do you think that front coming through will affect the bite?
Good question.
Being shallow water focused this morning when you woke up and it was 70 degrees and you were sweaty when you walked out, you had to think it's the morning, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's an odd day. It's what we were just talking about on live. This weather is just so strange, and we were talking about how shallow fishing. This is the kind of conditions you want, right? You dream of. Yeah.
Maybe it'll turn on us.
I hope so.
You know, we see a whole bunch of different water temperature changes.
Yeah, I noticed here, now I'm right at close to 60 right here on my Garmin, so. These boys are saying they hope they get some sun maybe this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, it broke out for a second, but then it clouded.
Yeah, just
back
a
up
split
again.
second. We did see it.
These guys here are about to make a move. I'm going to slide around this next little point, and I got 2 more teams, so they didn't catch anything up shallow.
If you want to know what shallow water bass fishing heaven looks like, it's this pocket the Hortons are in right now. You got docks, you got rocks, you've got some water willow grass, some cypress knees. I mean, if a largemouth or spot decides to be up here, they got plenty of choices, good depth. Horton's sitting on 4 fish, 4 small ones so far. Had a couple missed opportunities as well. They just mentioned, you know, when you wake up in February and it's 70 degrees after a warming trend, you just feel like, and with the weather we've had today, and that was forecast for today, you just feel like it's going to be a shallow bite happening. You know, the Coosa River is known for a amazing shallow bite. Been slow for a lot of our teams up shallow and the folks out in the middle of the river scoping. But one thing that we do know that always happens at ABTs is these teams will figure it out by the end of the day. And there will be plenty of them that bring great bags of bass across the stage this afternoon. Almost 60-degree water temperature. It sure does look pretty. Now, did you catch any on a buzzbait at all? I saw you throwing it. Did get a bite on it.
I know, we slid right in one.
I said this morning,
right
it had that feeling like a buzzbait all day this morning when we rolled out.
Yeah. When it starts buzzing around me, I'm out.
That's right.
That's true. Yeah. Take me all the way out if you're going to take me out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
One thing about 225 on this place, it gets, you see plenty of boats.
No, we're watching you guys. We're ready.
I don't know what y'all are watching, but I'm just glad for the first time in a long time I'm watching some shallow fishing in the grass. I've been watching scoping and dragging all day long.
Those mallards are trying to tell on y'all. The Hortons are swimming a jig in a mat, and two mallard ducks decided they were going to fly right out of the middle of it. And my dad Used to always say they're sounding the alarm. Let everybody know that you're there. Blew up their spot a little bit here. Guys, I'm going to let them ease on down this bank. There's several other teams in this area. We'll try to go get on. I've got a couple teams on the tracker right here close, and I'll be right back.
There we go, 2 swings. Third time might be the charm. Same spot. There we go. We got him though. We wasn't gonna let him win. I don't know if y'all saw that, but had 2 swings and a miss. He kept putting it back down. Third cast up there, caught him. A little one, but it's the principle. We're gonna poke around to the next little pocket and we'll be right back.
I think all the bad weather's gone now, though.
Yeah, I would feel like it is.
I
Maybe.
ain't looked at the radar.
I hadn't either, but I'm just looking at the sky. It looks good.
Yeah, it was crazy. We ducked under that dog over there. Just hung out.
It was rough. Guys, thank y'all for your time today. Good luck the rest of the day.
This portion of Alabama Bass Trail Live is presented by Phoenix Boats and sponsored by Pro O2, fish care at its finest, by Alpha Insurance, C. Thomas Shelton, Alpha Man, brought to you by NetBait, Power Pole, Sweet Home Alabama, and by Yamaha. There's more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey guys, Pro Angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet, they let the customers do the talking.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin Live Scope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin Live Scope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Welcome to Minnow King. How can I help you?
Everything looks good. I'm friggin' starving, man. Been spawning all morning.
Ugh, TMI, bro. What do you want?
I'll take a Crush City freeloader and gizzard shad.
Anything to drink.
Water.
Pull ahead, please. Welcome to Minnow King.
We're gonna have what he's had. Yeah, throw me in a net BLT too.
Pull ahead, please.
Calm down. Quit feeding him so much. Hey, man, I'm trying to, man. If you overfeed him, he's going to hide under a log.
This is Jack's Country, where fishing season is getting an early start. So drop anchor at Jack's for the catfish basket. Just $6.49. 3 pieces of southern fried catfish, a made-from-scratch biscuit, and your choice of side. We're Jack's. We're all about the South.
Welcome into the Mountain Dew Breakdown. We are going to do our best to break down what we've seen out on the water today at Lake Jordan, the first stop of the Alabama Bass Trail South Division. We had a little bit of a rain delay, but we are back at it. Jason, tell us kind of what you saw and how do you think this rain is going to affect the tournament today?
Yes, ma'am. We started out this morning really on this stretch right here, and we've been on this stretch all day long. except for that little rain delay we had. And while we had the rain delay, as you've seen when we just went to break, we had 2 fish catches off a team in a blistering rainstorm. So it didn't let them stop them from catching fish. Most of the teams in this stretch right here, and you can see there's a bunch of teams still up that way right there as well, they're all just scoping. And the story today has been it's different than it has been. Most of the bait's been up high in the water column, which is bringing the fish up high in the water column. But today, everything's down really low. And they said we've got fish chasing bait up to the boat, but when it gets up to the boat, they just go right back down. We had some teams chasing back into these little pockets. Now the water has changed a little bit of different in clarity right now, right along the bank. So we got water running down those banks, muddying up the bank a little bit. So it's had a lot of things that's really changing right now. Temperatures dropped about 15 degrees, had a major rainstorm come through. I expect the fishing to get better today, but all these live scope guys down this way, they've all abandoned it. So I think they probably all went shallow or went to another spot. So Luke and Darian have bounced around a little bit too as well. So Darian, tell us what you've done.
Yeah, man, I think just a lot of the same. You see the guys who started out scoping kind of hot and heavy this morning, realized that things have changed a bunch, immediately went to dragon baits, a lot slower, old school football jigs, casting jigs, a lot of Carolina rig. Everybody that we saw today was throwing a Carolina rig at some point in time, just slowing things way down. And, you know, I think that's going to be the story of the day. Obviously, there's still big ones out here, and all the fish that we saw get caught, all of them are fat. So I don't think the weights necessarily change. I just think the overall tournament, it's not going to be one of those, in my opinion, that all of the weights were as high as they could have been maybe yesterday when the practice was really good before that today happened. But it's still going to be interesting. Who knows? I mean, there's still a ton of time left fishing a tournament. You don't give up. You keep your head down and grind. And you also know that this is, it's cliche, but the weather happened to everybody. It's not like it's just affected one team. So you keep your head down and keep working for it, and you know, try to take home the trophy like it happened to everybody. So going to be an interesting one. It's always fun when we don't see a ton of big fish get caught in the live, because then it makes for an exciting weigh-in. So who knows? We will see really soon. Luke Duncan, I must ask you a question. What did you see today?
Well, the first thing I saw this morning was that ugly mustache you got these days, buddy. And listen, you got to be brave to walk out of the house with it. We're all praying for you that you figure out that ain't a look for you. Everybody coming to the weigh-in, be sure to tell Darian that. But the other thing that I know is that Mother Nature is confused. My allergies are going through the dadgum roof right now. We got cherry trees blooming, pear trees blooming, pollen everywhere, water temperatures in the 60s in the back of pockets. It was 70 degrees at blast off, and now I'm bundled up. The air temperature is changing, so the anglers are going to get to fish plenty of conditions today on Lake Jordan for this 2026 ABT South Kickoff. We've seen guys scoping like Jason and Darian mentioned. We've seen folks fishing the bank, and really the story's been the same. The fish have changed since practice, so whoever figures it out, obviously, between now and that weigh-in, the best. Who intercepts those fish? I feel like they're moving, but you got to think that at some point the shallow fish on Lake Jordan are going to play with these water temperatures. I just feel like we're going to hear that on the weigh-in stage this afternoon, or at least I sure hope so, that some of those big largemouth may come into play when the tournaments have been dominated down here the last couple of weeks with big spotted bass. So we shall see. Miss Kay, the Coosa River is always an interesting playing field, but when Mother Nature throws curve after curve after curve, it makes it even more interesting.
You're exactly right. Mother Nature has it in for the Alabama Bass Trail. We always say that the acronym for the Alabama Bass Trail is ABT, and that stands for Another Bad Thunderstorm. So, and it's played out here today, but I wanted to point out something that has absolutely nothing to do with this tournament on the breakdown part of it. I was looking through some of the standings in the Elite Series and the BPT, and just kind of looking at who have made their way to these higher level tournaments through the Alabama Bass Trail. And I want to read this list to you. Justin Atkins, former Forest Wood Cup winner, fished the Alabama Bass Trail. Dustin Cannell, 3-time Red Crest winner, fished the Alabama Bass Trail. Jesse Wiggins, currently on the Bass Pro Tour, fished the Alabama Bass Trail. Will Davis Jr. on the Elite Series. Wesley Gore on the Elite Series. Justin Hamner, Bassmaster Classic champion, fished the Alabama Bass Trail. Andrew Loberg going to the Bassmaster Classic, fished the Alabama Bass Trail 100s. Wes Logan, Brock Mosley, Jacob Walker now on the BPT, Kyle Welcher, former Angler of the Year in the Bassmaster Elite Series, and now Fisher Anaya, who has already won a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. And then you talk about people who still fish the Bassmaster Elite Series that have fished with us and maybe still fish with us. Greg Vinson has fished the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Gerald Swindle fished the Alabama Bass Trail 100. Scott Canterbury still fishing the Alabama Bass Trail 100s. Lee Livesey, Jordan Lee, Matt Lee, Russ Lane, Mark Frazier, who no longer is fishing the Elite Series but has fished the Elite Series, fished the Alabama Bass Trail, and former Forest Wood Cup winner Clint Davis that fished on the Bassmaster Elite Series. So I just say all that to say this. They fished the Alabama Bass Trail. They've gone through 225 boat fields. They've gone through every weather condition you can possibly think of, and they've made it to the pinnacle of bass fishing. And they started and they cut their teeth right here on the Alabama Bass Trail. That makes me think that there's something to be said for the competition that's out here on this lake today, and we're going to see that come true here at 3 o'clock at the weigh-in. So bring your lawn chairs. I don't know that you're going to need an umbrella, but I would bring it just in case because it is the Alabama Bass Trail. Thank y'all for tuning in today. Thank you for all the comments and the shares that you had today. Thank you again to the Elmore County Economic Development Association. Lisa Van Wagner, you are a rock star. We will see y'all back right here at 3 p.m. today. Have a great day.
Today's live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail has been presented by AmFirst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail is presented by Phoenix Boats and brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors, by AmFirst Credit Union, by 13 Fishing, Larry Puckett Chevrolet, and by Jax. It's all about the South. Live coverage returns right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
We truly love the sport of fishing.
that's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Hey guys, pro angler Dustin Connell here, and I get all my vehicles here at Larry Puckett. I travel all over, and I've got the 2500 diesel. I love it, tows my boat great, but if you're looking for any vehicle, an SUV, gas burner, or the diesel to tow something with, they've got it here at Larry Puckett. Not corporate owned, locally owned, and they'll treat you like family. Here at Larry Puckett Chevrolet,